Hey guys, tonight we step through a forgotten gate where desert whispers cradle ancient stones. You feel that gravel crunch underfoot, sunset bleeding gold onto cracked archways. Watch your step, travelers once bartered silk and secrets where you now stand. Let's be honest, you'd probably weep after one night here without Wi-Fi. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your nearest city and current time zone. I'm trying to map our sleepless empire. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You approach the Caravanserai's outer wall as shadows stretch like lazy cats across sandstone. Sunset stains the horizon burnt orange, giving way to bruised purple. Remember those toll fees from highway rest stops. Merchants here paid in silver coins or stories of faraway coasts. Distant camel bells jingle a fading chorus, swallowed by wind. Historians confirm these way stations offered 3 free nights if you survived the snoring strangers. The gate groans open, its iron hinges protesting like an old man rising from prayer. No hands push it, just evening drafts tugging weathered wood. You slip inside, cool air kissing sweat-damp skin. Rumor says phantom gatekeepers guarded certain routes, their faces lost to time. Your neck prickles. Is that breath on your shoulder? Or just the wind getting clingy? Torchlight flickers ahead, taunting shadows that dance along uneven stones. You count 17 steps worn smooth by countless sandals. They say caravanserais stored saffron in hidden alcoves, spice more precious than moonlit diamonds. Your boot scuffs a groove in the threshold, centuries of footprints erased in one smooth dip. Silence hangs heavy, not the dead kind, but the quiet hum of resting stones. Even ghosts nap here, their whispers curled up in moonlit corners. Scholars argue whether silk traders smuggled exotic birds in camel saddles for rich men's gardens. Bet those parrots gossiped endlessly about bad roads and saddle sores. Wind sneaks through arrow slits, a low whistle teasing your earlobe. You smell juniper smoke, thin blue ribbons guiding you deeper. That scent clung to robes as men haggled over dyes and dreams. Some claim guards anointed doorways with rose oil to repel sand demons. Your fingers brush the wall, gritty and warm like bread crust. A courtyard unfolds, pale flagstones reflecting twilight's blush. Your soles send dust, motes swirling, tiny constellations underfoot. Look up, first stars piercing velvet sky. Imagine merchants tracing them from Damascus to Samarkand, hands calloused, but eyes still hungry. Something rustles near a dry fountain, probably a lizard, or maybe a scorpion doubting your life choices. You freeze, half grinning at your own jumpiness. Lamps sputter, wicks starved for oil. Their light pools like liquid brass underfoot. A bat flits overhead, wing beats softer than a sigh. Shadows thicken between columns, threatening to smother the firelight. You think of Instagram, how filters would butcher this raw, honeyed gloom. No hashtag captures that distant jackals cry lonely and sharp as shattered glass. Your foot hits a loose tile. It clatters, echo, rattling your ribs. Silence rushes back, flooding in like smoke under a door. That ache in your calves. Blame Seljuk engineers. Every step, here's a mini leg day. Moonlight spills over the gateway, etching your shadow long and thin on the stones. You glance back, the desert now ink black, beyond arching walls. Wind hums through gaps, a tune too ancient for your ears. Some claim restless jinn ride these drafts, whispering commerce tips to sleeping traders. You're in, truly in. No turning back to camels or aching daylight. Those fantasy novels lied castle doors creak too much for grand entrances. One last torch gutters, coughing its last sparks onto thirsty sand. Closing your eyes, you taste dust and time and endless caravan dreams. Sleep tugs your sleeve, gentle but insistent. You lean against flaking plaster, breath slowing like a weary ship entering calm waters. Far off, metal ticks softly as cooling stones settle. Was that a footstep or just the building yawning into night? Darkness cocoons you now, thick and warm as woven goat hair blankets. The stars blink, patient as sentries awaiting dawn's relief. You exhale, the first real surrender of muscles held tight since dusk. Nothing left but stone breeze and the slow fade of your own pulse in the quiet. The gate groans shut behind you, the sound like a tired beast settling its weight. Shadows stretch long now, cool stone underfoot, chasing away the desert's oven breath. Ahead, flickering bronze lamps sway on chains their flames, painting crumbling mosaics with liquid gold. You step careful over tile shards that once showed 8-pointed stars. Time's teeth gnawed those patterns down to ghosts, your soul's crushing dust memories of merchants and monks. Juniper smoke coils from a central brazier, pungent and pine sharp. 3 robed figures bend there, feeding sticks to the embers as twilight deepens. Their sleeves whisper against worn stone when they move tea dark, wool catching the dance of firelight. And here we go, first rule of Caravanserai Club. Never refuse the welcoming brew. One raises a ladle, steam unspooling like silk thread in the cooling air. Underfoot, the mosaics tell fractured stories. Crushed lapis and carnelian wink where grout surrendered. You can just make out a leaping gazelle, its legs lost, where some Roman soldier's boot scraped too hard. That's how these places worked. Pit stops between empires, forgotten currencies, getting traded alongside silk and gossip. Remember that toothless trader from Section 1 who swore scorpion wine cured headaches? He'd fit right in here, selling camel hair socks next to stolen Byzantine icons. A robed figure glides closer, offering a clay cup. Steam carries cardamom and something mossy, bitterness cut with honey. You sip, tasting centuries of trade routes in the murky heat. Funny, the drink scalds just like your overpriced latte back home. Except here nobody asks if you want oat milk. The warmth spreads, unlocking tight shoulders you forgot were clenched. Above, stars prick through indigo velvet, so sharp they could slice open the sky. Near the brazier, smoke curls around a half-carved pillar. Moonlight reveals chisel marks, abandoned mid-swoop, some artisan's grand vision interrupted by war or wedding or plague. Look close. Those lotus petals got swapped for pomegranates near the base. Historians still argue whether that was a drunken mistake or some coded joke about merchant greed. I spot a tiny cat face hidden in the leaves, paw raised like it's waving. The ancients loved sneaking in critters, as if the stone itself breathed when no one watched. One of the robed ones stirs the coals, sending up sparks like orange fireflies. The brazier itself deserves applause, bronze gone emerald with patina, 6 leopards dancing around its belly. Persian work probably lugged here before Aristotle even wet-nursed philosophy. You have expected to growl, its metal hide shuddering with all the fire words it swallowed since Alexander's boys marched past. Oh, and see those 2 dents near the rim. Some cellar master's ledger claims a Khazar warlord dented it with his mug. Angry, the wine ran sour. You sink onto a bench, its wood polished smooth by generations of sore backsides. Ghosts of oil lamps streak the wall behind you, black teardrops climbing toward the rafters. This spot saw it all, tax collectors haggling, caravan guards rolling dice, some overworked scribe weeping over lost invoices, and always that juniper smoke twining through arguments and laughter, pretending it could sweeten every story. Don't inhale too deep, though, unless you enjoy smelling like a temple censer for 3 baths straight. A night breeze riffles the lamps, throwing long-legged shadows over the mosaics. Now you see it, half buried near your left boot, a tile showing 2 fish. Their scales are chipped, but the tails curve like they're still swimming through stone. No accident that. Artisans tucked such things under thresholds, little prayers against hunger for wayfarers. Practical magic, like knocking wood or hiding lentils in door frames. And see how those cracked tiles shimmer wetly. Rain's been whispering here, leaking through some crack in the dome, kissing dust into momentary pearls. The robed ones murmur their words, blurring into the fire crackle. One adjusts his belt, revealing a silver scarab pinned beneath. Real Egyptian piece, or a Damascus knockoff. They loved faking pharaoh bling even back then, sand merchants, passing chalkstone as alabaster. That scarab's wings look too stiff, though bet it scratched his linen every time he bent. Poor guy probably removed it nightly, grateful to peel off holiness with his sandals, letting his belly sag like regular mortals. Moonlight slides lower now, gilding a drift of sand near the brazier's feet. Someone once told me sand remembers every footprint, keeping secrets under its gold skirts. Tonight, though, it just grips your soles, gritty as a baker's knuckles. You watch the robed figures retreat their shadows, stretching thin before vanishing down a vaulted hall. Flames dwindle to rubies in the ash, painting smoke ghosts that twist and bow before dissolving. Somewhere a single night bird cries 3 notes unanswered, and the stars press closer heavy as hungered wolves. Stillness pools in the courtyard's belly, now rippling only when a stray coal snaps, sending up one final fire fleck that floats, then winks out like a lie caught in lamplight. You stare into the embers, tracing cities in their crumbling glow, until your own breaths match the dying fire's rhythm, slow and red and wordless. The embers' last glow licks your heels as you drift toward arched shadows, toward that restless knock of hooves on stone. Leather harnesses creak overhead, dust drifting down from ropes that sway like sleepy serpents. 49 stalls line the walls, though only 8 hold breath tonight. Caravanserai stables were the first motels, offering fresh mounts and repairs. Roman mile markers scratched into beams still prove it. A dun mare stamps, her nostrils flaring white in the gloom. You smell her sweat, a sweet itch olive oil, rubbed into taut muscles by some careful hand. A groom emerges barefoot on straw-littered cobbles, his tunic patched at both elbows. He murmurs to the mare words too low for meaning, his palm circling her shoulder's dark curve. Lanterns swing above, throwing rope light that climbs the walls, then slides away. Notice his knife, curved blade tucked snug in his sash, Damascus steel, if the scabbard's pearled nacre tells true. But that notch near the hilt could have been from slicing apples or slitting some bandit's ambition mid-grapple. You lean against a cedar post, its wood split by centuries of biting halters. Across the aisle, a donkey's ears pivot like satellite dishes, tracking moth-wing flutters near the rafters. Historians still argue whether Byzantine grooms used bronze combs or boar bristle brushes, fools debating thimbles while missing the whole quilt. Watch this man, his fingers combing the mare's mane with nothing but patience, untangling knots Byzantine tax codes couldn't solve. Makes your last haircut feel tragically impersonal right. Hay whispers underfoot each step, releasing green gold ghosts of summers past. The mare nuzzles the groom's collar, searching for hidden raisins or forgiveness. You can't tell which. Her brand marks her as Shirazi, those rolling hills where horses dance like wind over grass. Funny thing, Persian steeds were trained using falcon calls hundreds of miles from here. Makes you wonder, does she prick her ears at night, listening for wings that'll never come? The groom digs into a clay jar, scooping ointment that smells of pine tar and regret. He smears it along the mare's tendon, the spot where tomorrow's miles will bite deepest. Lantern light paints his knuckles gold, then abandons them as the wind shifts. 63 nails stud the ceiling beam above you, each holding someone's forgotten luck charm. A blue bead, a wolf tooth, a twist of copper wire. Superstitious, maybe, But try telling that to the trader who hung his child's first curl there, then rode back to find it still gleaming after 7 monsoons. A pigeon coos from the hayloft, soft as a snore. The groom freezes, head cocked, before chuckling into the mare's neck. Spooked by feathers, yet hands steady when wrapping a wound. People are wonderfully contradictory puzzles, aren't they? He grabs a hoof pick, its handle worn smooth as a worry stone. That's when you spot his toes, splayed wide and tough as tortoise shells, gripping straw like they remember being fingers. Wind sneaks through a high window, carrying desert cold and the ache of open spaces. The lanterns tremble, casting nervous light over water buckets. Ripples shatter the moon floating there, reassembling just in time to get smashed again. Some yogi once told me still water mirrors the soul. But these buckets know the truth. We're all just fragments waiting between disturbances. The groom hums now, a tune without a home, melody wandering like those moths above. It loops, stumbles, then folds into the mare's steady chewing. You catch 3 notes matching the pigeon's call, or was it the other way around? Music here isn't performance, it's respiration, a sound the night makes when it thinks we aren't listening. He straightens, wiping ointment hands on his thighs, dark streaks joining a constellation of older stains. That tunic's seen more mending than original cloth, proof that everything can be salvaged with enough thread and stubbornness. The donkey brays suddenly a sound like rusty hinges protesting, and the groom's laughter bounces off vaulted stone, startling the bats into creaky applause above. One lantern gutter-size its wick, drowning in wax tears. The groom shades it with his palm, nursing the flame like a sparrow with bruised wings. Shadows shrink back, respectful of his quiet authority. No kings ruled these stables, just men who knew the weight of a hoof, the temper of hemp rope, the exact hour when beasts stop sighing and start dreaming. You touch the cedar post again, splinters catching your skin like old secrets wanting out. Count the grooves left by lead ropes, some shallow as kitten scratches, others deep as regrets. At Caravanserai peak seasons, this wood held lines of stallions stamping, their piss steam rising like war banners under these beams. Now, just this mare's drowsy blinking her lashes, dusted with pollen, from hay cut 2 valleys over. The groom yawns, jaw cracking loud as a walnut under a boot heel. He pats the mare's rump, a drummer tapping dusk's last rhythm against her dusk-dappled hide. His fingers leave faint heat prints, vanishing like writing in fog, as he drifts toward the stable's office, a niche barely big enough for a cot, and his pride. You linger, letting darkness settle over your shoulders, cool as a well bucket's shadow. Wind combs through arrow slits again, whistling between stone teeth. High above, a bat's silk wings riffle the air, too soft for anyone but God or mice to hear. The donkey sighs, a sound that pulls at your ribs, reminding you how hollow bones can feel when the world's this quiet. Moonlight bleeds across the threshold, now liquid silver reaching for your boots. And you step back, letting it have the empty space where the groom stood, letting night claim another inch of THIS Chinese letter year conversation between stone and restless hooves. The hollow clop of your boots fades as you step onto moon-washed cobbles, leaving haze gold itch behind for night-smoothed stone. Some merchant once imported these blocks, quarried by Hittite hands 15 reigns ago, each groove a ledger of departed mules and bartered sighs. You follow the path of least resistance, worn brick, slumping toward the courtyard's heart. Water calls without words, a liquid punctuation between cricket cries. Ancient engineers built this cistern deep, knowing thirst drives trade as sure as gold. They say 300 camel loads could drink here without draining the lowest tier, though tonight 40 coins of starlight float on its skin. Leaning over the parapet, you count heartbeats between drips. 1, 2, 3 strikes on moss velvet, ripples chasing their own tails like dogs too tired to bite. Cool air rises, wetting your cheekbones. Air so parched it drinks condensation from your breath. That scent, wet limestone and secrets, could loosen mummy wrappings. Moss creeps up the basin, emerald velvet, snagging on chisel marks. Your fingers trace spiral patterns carved into the coping stone, a snake swallowing its tail, or some potter's wheel frozen in rock. A legend claims desert djinn dance here when the water stills, their reflections showing true faces. Doubtful, but stare long enough, and your own eyes start gleaming like a hyena's caught in torchlight. Probably dehydration. The monks who rebuilt this well cursed in Armenian, when they hit the aquifer, their oaths recorded in stone chips under your left foot. Nobody honor their blasphemy with a footnote. Drip. The pool hiccups, shattering the moon into jittery pearls. Beneath, shadows coil like rope sinking through ink. Water balanced here for centuries, ever since the Seljuks buried pottery pipes under these stones. Historians still argue whether magistrates find those who spilt grain near the rim, or if shame kept it pure. Bet the donkeys didn't care either way. Leather creaks behind you, no tread though. Wind testing a saddle flap, or some ghost stirrup remembering a rider. You glance at the reflection, just fractured stars now, rippling like dice in a gambler's frantic palm. Those celestial freckles survived 4 empires, and the time some trader's kid dropped a silver comb in here, thinking it would buy back his mother's smile. Moonlight drags itself higher, polishing the well rope to a luminous thread. Touch here where hemp fibers fray, each strand tracing some pilgrim's desperate yank upward. Someone tied blue beads near the bucket hook, paltry bribes against a dry fate. Unravel one superstition, another blooms faster. A bat skims the well mouth, dipping so low, its wings kiss the water without leaving a scar. The ripple arrives 3 breaths later, proof that cause and effect take naps here. You count drips again. 12 now. No, the count resets when you flinch. Gaze drifts to the cracked dipper, chained to the post, offering invites without promises. Nights like this, guides swore insomnia vanished if you drank moon-steeped water. The sheer hopefulness of charlatans probably gave them belly worms too. Still, your throat clicks as the next drip falls. No worse than airport lounge coffee, right? Wind riffles the pool, scattering stars into metallic confetti. The cooled air pours over the coping stone, washing your wrists. One perfect bubble surfaces near the moss, spinning like a dervish, until it pops without applause. Silence gathers itself, rebuilding its delicate vase, second by second. Your elbow knocks something, a clay jug left beside the well base. Tilt it, nothing sloshes. Dirty thumbprints swirl its belly, evidence of several someones too rushed to rinse. Imagine caravan surgeons mixing chalk medicine here, while horses died waiting. Flick a fingernail against its lip. It pings flat as a smuggler's promise. Leather scent drifts from the stables, faint but bossy. You track it to forgotten dust, caught between well stones, hints of saffron, and saddle soap engraved in the earth's memory. Maybe that kid really did find his mother's smile. Maybe it was buried under tomorrow's hoofprints. Steps echo, someone approaches, but slows 10 paces off. Heavy boots against stone, the reluctant pivot of a man reconsidering thirst. He retreats, grumbling, his shadow shrinking, until lamplight reclaims its absence. Animals know better than to trouble midnight water. They wait for dawn's blunt blade to crack the stillness. Below, one star whiners out in the trembling pool, eclipsed by nothing but a ripple's birth. Astronomy fails here, constellations written in wet ink that never dries. The cobbles underfoot start leaching cold through your soles, your spine tightening like a winch cable. Count the drips until your jaw unclenches. 15, 18, 20. Moss holds last week's rain hostage. Agreed, this desert understands. You scrape a nail across furry green, the beads that rise taste of copper and patience. Wipe bitter grit on your sleeve, creating new hieroglyphs for laundry day. A commotion overhead, doves erupt from a wall niche, wings clapping like distant applause. Their panic subsides, feathers drifting like canceled prayers. One lands on the well rope, peering down at its own wobbling likeness. Smart bird, no dive tonight. Your right knee protests, reminding you pirouettes belong to youth and drunkards. Straighten slowly, letting moonlight iron the crick from your neck. The horizon shows its hidden cards, gray nibbling at the eastern stars. Dawn's a persistent creditor, always collecting. Drip. The last beat before the well's song fades into daytime murmur. Water yawns, flattening to glass as the breeze dies. You catch your reflection, dark smudge, against sinking stars. Some actor playing you for a few borrowed breaths. Mist ghosts across the courtyard, signaling the desert's surrender to humidity's brief reign. You turn trading waters' ears for the close comfort of walls, as the well exhales one final ripple behind you. The mist grazes your shoulders like a cat's tail as you approach the striped wool curtain a barrier thin as a merchant's patience. Heavy folds carry the scent of lanolin and long roads. Your fingertips graze coarse, fibers woven tight against the desert's nosy dust. Push, and the fabric swings weightless, revealing a cube of stillness pooled in lamplight beyond. Floor cushions slump at welcoming angles, their embroidered bellies stuffed with sheep's wool salvaged from thorn bushes. Striped goat hair blankets pile like drowsy tigers, each stripe earned by some cashmere goat's close shave in Punjabi hills. You kneel, testing the nearest cushion's spine, finding firmness reserved for honored guests or those who didn't haggle over bath fees. Smart move, not bartering back at the gatekeeper. Cool plaster meets your palm as you steady yourself, roughness preserved under centuries of whitewash. Black candle smoke stains fingerprint the ceiling, squiggles mapping drafts that swayed flames when Mongols howled outside. Lean closer, speckled plaster whispers. It was mixed with barley flour for strength. Historians still argue whether merchants paid extra for mica-dusted walls, or if that sparkle just got smuggled in with the grain shipments. A niche hollowed in the wall cradles a terracotta lamp, wick drowning in sesame oil. Its flame hiccups, casting jackal-headed shadows that reenact forgotten arguments on the walls. You sniff charred linen and musk seeping from the stone pores. Smells like 3rd century insomnia preserved in clay. Kick off your boots, grit scattering like startled beetles. Your toes meet rush matting, coarse threads, massaging dust into calluses older than this floor. 3 mats lay edge to edge, their seams imperfect. Every time you shift, reeds whisper like court scribes swapping gossip. Reach down, pluck a stray goat hair curling from a blanket, twirl it into a cohesive accusation of mediocre grooming standards. That cushion under your right elbow hides a lump, maybe a forgotten almond bundle, maybe a scorpion's Olympic village. Prod it, just wool clumped by lazy carding. Someone's aunt in Kanya needs a stern lecture, or maybe sympathy. Her arthritic fingers probably spun this yarn. The lamp spits blue at its edge, wick too long or oil too grudging. Lessons from primary school float back. Mesopotamians invented these twisty wicks to cheat the dark, along with beer and landlords. Similar energy here, intense focus on defeating natural consequences through spite. Your head finds a bolster stuffed with duck feathers, proof either of luxury or waterfowl panic near yesterday's archery range. Doesn't matter, the pillowcase linen smells of lavender crushed under saddlebags, and something faintly fungal like dignity eroding. A moth kamikazes into the lamp, wings frying with a sizzle audible only to guilty ears. It recoils, spiraling onto a blanket, leaving one dusty eyelash of wingprint behind. 5 centuries ago, monks would have called that an omen. Modern you just calls it bad flying. Wind sneaks under the curtain, flaring it like a dancer's skirt. Quick glare of courtyard torchlight. Then the fabric settles, sighing against stone. Stillness returns faster than gossip after a vizier's arrest. Candle shadows reveal carvings near the ceiling. Those triangles aren't just geometry, they're stylized tortoises for longevity. Ancient Anatolians believed sleeping under tortoise signs added years to your life, and apparently awkward Dacre to your tomb. Your pinky finger grazes something rough on the wall, a child's etched doodle of a horse, chiseled during some grown-up's negotiation about tariffs. Archaeologists found similar sketches when they excavated Zugma's villas, proving kids ignore history in progress everywhere. A red thread dangles from the ceiling, tied around a roof beam, its end fraying like bad advice. Hang charms against nightmares still. Local weavers whisper that jinn hate vermilion dye. Funny how supernatural terrors respect fashion choices. Stretch, your knuckles brush, a hanging copper plate frosted with verdigris. Cold metal hums under your touch, twang lingering like a drunk minstrel's last note. 3 others hang mute, forming a rusty choir above the blankets. Dig toes deeper into the matting, grit rolling under arches. Rush fibers chill quickly after dark, punishing bare skin in case you forgot you're merely borrowing this shelter. That cold truth feels older than the Seljuk sultans who taxed these stones. Play tug of war with a blanket corner. It resists like a camel, refusing a bridge. Finally, the fabric relents, spilling across your shins with the weight of 80 grazing goats. Definitely paid too much for dinner downstairs. Shouldn't this be complimentary? Distant coughing pierces the quiet, same phlegmy bark echoing earlier near the stables. Man or mule, you never decided. And now it's looping, a wheezy lullaby blessing the Caravanserai chorus. Lean over, blow out the lamp, the flame dies mid-dance. Oil, scent thickening as darkness squeezes in. Starlight shoulders past the curtain now, frosting floor tiles blue. Moon's a better lamp anyway, less judgmental about how you hog blankets. Shift, finding a sweet spot where cushion embraces spine like it owes you tax money. Listen, scratch in the wall, a gecko's tiny claws patrolling for smaller idiots. Crickets sawing legs together like overenthusiastic school violinists. Someone's donkey honking a protest 4 rooms down, its accent distinctly Albanian mercenary, very specific grievance. A constellation winks through the curtain gap, Cygnus, dipping its wings toward dawn. Could navigate by that bird if escape was your game tonight. Not that it is, sinking deeper into cushions, the ancient animal musk wrapping you like retired pharaoh's bandages. Eyelids go lead heavy, matching the blanket's gravity. Tomorrow's dust is already gathering at the threshold, waiting to see whether your boots walk out at dawn or get traded for something shinier. Cool plaster kisses your shoulder through thin cloth, a reminder that walls remember what they've seen, who collapsed here, who prayed facing which forgotten direction. Dawn's a grudge away, gray seeping under the curtain like uninvited gossip. The copper plates above you hum, catching first sun's pale vibration. their song tuning itself to whatever comes next. You let the desert's stale breath tuck you in one final star dissolving as the guest room seals your sleep inside its millionth night. Heat licks your bare ankles as you near the oven's arched mouth, ash floating lazy as summer bees around your toes. Residual warmth radiates through the bricks, leftover from the inferno that birthed 67 flatbreads before sunset. One last loaf nestles in the embers, a charred lump hiding softness like a reluctant hermit. Nearby, an apprentice sprawls against a flour sack, his snores timed to the hearth's dying crackles. You crouch, palm hovering over the loaf's crust. Centuries of bakers perfected these domed ovens. Ottoman fire codes demanded they stand apart from main buildings. Smart, given how many caravans carried smuggled Greek fire alongside saffron. Knead your thumb into the bread's blackened shell. Steam escapes, carrying scents of cumin and wood smoke. The dough yawns open, revealing honeycomb pockets still glistening with fat-tailed sheep's butter. Rip a chunk, blow on it hot as a vizier's temper during tax season. The apprentice twitches, his yawn cracking flour-dusted cheeks. He scrubs a forearm across his brow, leaving ghostly white streaks like bad theatrical makeup. Not stealing, are you? He mumbles, voice frayed from yelling at donkeys all day. Without waiting for an answer, he pulls a wooden paddle from the shadows, prodding the loaf deeper into the ashes. Let it sleep till dawn, like sensible folk. Embers glow beneath the brick shelf, orange flecks breathing slow as a dozing leopard. 5 generations of bakers shoveled almond shells and olive pits into this pit, fuel scavenged from traders' leavings. Lean closer, and the heat prickles your eyelids, a dry sauna for desert-weary eyes. Historians still argue whether Anatolian bakers ever used camel dung for fuel, or if that vile rumor started when a rival burnt down Smyrna's bread district. The apprentice jerks a clay jug toward his face, tilting it until a single drop of mint tea wets his tongue. Thirsty, work pacing dough all night. He nods at the niche behind you, where 10 identical jugs line the wall like bored sentries, waiting for tomorrow's baking marathon. Each bears thumbprint grooves near the handle grip, marks worn smooth by desperate pre-dawn gulps. Your stolen bread chunk dissolves like wool on your tongue, coarse salt and char sparking against the chew. No modern supermarket sourdough. This tastes like grain wrestled straight from stubborn earth. 400 years ago, this same recipe oiled the wheels of diplomacy. Ottoman sultans gifted bread loaves to troublesome emirs instead of gold, way cheaper and harder to throw back in your face during trade disputes. A gust sneaks under the oven's bronze door, stirring ashes into a gray dervish. The apprentice mutters a curse older than Istanbul, spitting toward the fireplace to ward off oven imps. Did you know 17th century bakers blamed burnt batches on invisible fire sprites? Entire salt circles were drawn around hearths, which did nothing for loaves, but made excellent scapegoats for hangover days. Heat seeps through your soles, burning away the guest room's midnight chill. You kick off sandals, grit sticking between toes like unwanted advice. The hearth's mosaic tiles tell stories underfoot, cracked cerulean and osier shards arranging themselves into winged lions and sailing ships. Someone repaired a corner with mismatched purple stones, craftsmanship born of close enough philosophy. The apprentice snorts, jerking awake from a micronap. His knuckle rubs at an eyelid, smearing sweaty flour into a paste resembling Greek mortar. Goat woke me, sounded like a djinn with a toothache. He tilts his head toward the stables, though all you hear now is the oven's contented groans, contracting metal, singing a lullaby to itself. 3 copper scoops dangle from rusty hooks, their bowls blackened by decades of scooping embers. You tap the smallest one. It swings, clanging against its neighbor like a drunk court musician. Beneath them, a mountain of almond shells spills from a wicker basket, golden crescents shimmering in the gloom. Crush one under your heel, sweet-smelling dust rising like powdered sunlight. Moths orbit the lone oil lamp wings, singeing with each reckless dive. Their shadows spiral across the apprentice's face, playing puppets on his flour-blanketed nose. He swats lazily, missing every flutter, his wrist heavy as an oath scribe's ledger. Your bread scrap vanishes, the flavor lingering like a favored memory. Spice traffickers guarded bread secrets tighter than gem roots. A medieval legal scroll find anyone caught smuggling yeast cultures, 50 silver dirhams. 5 fines could bankrupt a spice lord. That's how serious carbs were around here. The apprentice unfolds stiff legs, standing with the grace of a newborn foal. He shuffles toward a marble trough, plunging flour-crusted hands into cloudy water. Rise before dawn, dough won't knead itself. His reflection stares back, rippling like a desert mirage in the water. 20 years old, eyes already squinted against future heat. Laughter trickles from the courtyard, merchants sharing a final joke before sleep takes them. You glimpse their lamps glow through the oven room's slit window, a tiny sun winking through stone eyelashes. Against the wall, cooling shelves sag under the weight of tomorrow's breakfast, stacked discs resembling unborn shields in some silent armory. A cool draft creeps from the storeroom, sharp, with that earthy snap of unfiltered olive oil. Clay amphorae crouch in ranks, swollen bellies, holding golden green treasure from Aegean groves. Stoop to smell one, its stopper sealed with beeswax and desperation, memory rising. Hot bread dipped in oil, pooled on a chipped plate, morning sunlight. Someone humming a farming song, half forgotten. The hearth exhales, ash fluttering down like defeated snow. The apprentice secures a leather curtain over the oven's mouth, tucking it under bricks, like tucking blankets around a child. Only a faint red rim glows now, biding its time, until the first donkey brays at false dawn. Your fingers trail across the marble worktable, its scalloped edge worn concave, by generations of knuckles kneading survival into sustenance. Here, bread wasn't artisanal, it was life, currency, freight. Caravan guards got paid half in bread. Even bandits wouldn't steal a man's daily loaf. Dishonor didn't fill bellies. Under the table, a single chickpea gleams roll away from some distracted apprentice's dinner. Nudge it with your toe, watching it skitter into a crack between tiles. Future archaeology. In Byzantium, street hawkers sold chickpea bread, fried in animal fat until crispy. Authorities outlawed it twice, calling it gut-rotting filth, which made everyone crave it more. The apprentice flops back onto his flour sack, pillowing his head on folded arms. His breath deepens, shoulders sinking into the mattress of exhaustion. Lamplight golds his cheek, chasing moon-pale flour into retreat. Might be handsome if he ever scoured that dough mask off. Depth overtakes the oven room, cobwebs silvering in corners once amber with firelight. Only the ember's ruby eyelash remains, pulsing slower, dimming, like retreating campfires across distant plains. Soon, even its memory will fade, until tinder sparks its resurrection at dawn. You trace the rim of an ancient cooling tray, fingernail catching on dents from 10,000 loaves. Antonio Montserrat, a stranded Jesuit priest, wrote in his memoirs that Anatolian hearth bread tasted advanced, yet savage, whatever that meant from a man who boiled wine for sustenance. Silence thickens, broken only when a log shifts in the hearth, a sigh settling into millennia-long rest. Push off the wall, your shadow stretching skinny as a starvation rumor across the flour-strewn floor. Best let the oven dream baker's boy snore, ash settle into its final gray geometry before dawn. Someone will find your footprints tomorrow, ghostly toe marks leading from embers toward the courtyard arch. Let them wonder, unaware, how borrowed warmth carried you back toward pillows scented with lavender. And sleep deep as buried yeast cultures waiting for morning's call. The wooden stairs groan under your weight each step, protesting like an overdramatic courtier. Night air licks your cheeks, sharp after the oven room's drowsy heat, carrying whispers of juniper from distant hills. At the top, the roof spreads before you, a raft floating on a sea of star-scattered shadows. Beams creak overhead, centuries-old cedar complaining to the Milky Way. Architects designed these slopes to repel both arrows and avalanches. Ottoman engineers understood pitched roofs long before alpine chalets stole the idea. Lean against a parapet, rough stone scraping your palms, gaze sweeping across the Caravanserai's sleeping geometry. Down in the courtyard, a sentry's lamp sways, golden light bobbing between pillars like a drunken firefly. His footsteps echo left, right, left, a hypnotic rhythm older than the Silk Road. Listen long enough, and it syncs with your pulse, boots ticking like a metronome for night's symphony. A bat flits past, wingtips skimming the air above your head, silent as a spy stealing state secrets. Stars prick through the velvet black, some bright as diamond pins, others smudged like chalk marks on a schoolboy's slate. Trace Orion's belt, its 3 jewels clearer here than any city sky you've known. Cold bleeds through your tunic, stone borrowing warmth from your shoulder blades. Merchants used to sneak up here in summer, sleeping under stars despite Ottoman roof guard regulations. Some swore rooftop drafts cured camel bite fever, probably wishful thinking after one too many date wine toasts. The sentry pauses, lantern held high, casting long fingers of light across the well curb. His silhouette freezes, listening for bandits or bored stable boys raiding fig stores. Historians still argue whether these lookout posts doubled as astronomer perches, or if the guards were too busy swatting moths to chart planets. Your breath plumes, fogging the night for a heartbeat before dissolving. Lean further out, peering over the edge, where shadows clot like spilled ink between buildings. Somewhere down there, a cat yowls its complaint bouncing off plaster walls, until it sounds like a whole feline army mourning lost kittens. Wind riffles through your hair, playing invisible fingers across your scalp. It carries scents beyond the Caravanserai charcoal from a nomad's campfire. 10 miles east, wet clay from some night fishing creek. You become a compass needle, pivoting toward each drifting aroma. Nose mapping landscapes unseen. One particular roof tile wobbles under your elbow, the culprit behind last week's famous leak that drenched a spice merchant's indigo turban. He demanded compensation in saffron threads, settled for 3 copper coins and a slightly squashed honey cake. The sentry resumes pacing his path, worn into the flagstones by generations of sleepless guardians. 16 steps north, pivot 17 steps south. His nightly pilgrimage, keeping nightmares beyond the walls. Watch his lamp swing, the flames dance, creating phantom shapes in the air. Wolves one moment, dancing girls the next. Moonlight silvers the parapets, revealing names carved by bored shepherds centuries ago. Run your thumb over the deepest groove, letters shaped during some forgotten brigade's night watch. Translate them later, they'll say, "Where is the tea?" Or the captain snores like a bear. A shooting star streaks, a silver scratch across the sky's blackboard. Make a wish. Too late, the desert already answered with this hushed moment. Peace traded temporarily between dusk and dawn. Some Chinese trader might have seen that same streak, dreaming of jade and rivers far from this stony island. Your sandal scrapes a loose pebble. It skitters, plinking down into the abyss like a tiny avalanche. The sentry's head jerks up, lantern scanning the upper galleries. You freeze perched like a decoration on a wedding feast tent until he grumbles and resumes his patrol, reminds you of playing hide from the elders as a child, heart thumping sweet danger in your ribs. 4 bats now, zipping through the gaps between towers, their squeaks too high for human ears. Ottoman poets called them leatherleaf sprites, blamed them for stealing midnight dreams to line their nests. No wonder merchants kept dream journals under their pillows, defensive stationary against burglary. Northward, the mountains hump against the horizon, snowcaps glowing blue as wizard's breath. During daylight, you'd see vultures circling those peaks, practicing their endless patience. Now they sleep, heads tucked under wings like feathered punctuation marks, awaiting tomorrow's sentence. A loose shutter bangs below, slamming in rhythm with the wind's lungs. Creak-a-wham, nature's drumbeat serenading insomniac travelers. Come dawn, some poor soul will be hammering it shut, spitting curses older than Byzantium. You fumble for a foothold, hoisting yourself onto the central beam. It's timber wide as a festival table. Splinters snag your sleeve, reeking of ancient resin and long-dead carpenter sweat. From this throne, the courtyard becomes a chessboard, dark squares of shadow between moonlit flagstones. The sentry vanishes through an archway, his lamp winking out like a snuffed candle. Darkness swarms, an ink spill erasing walls and stairways, leaving only the stars as guides. Other eyes adjust, a barn owl perched on the watchtower, swiveling its head toward rodent rustles in the granary. That famous Anatolian silence descends, not true quiet, but a layered tapestry of desert murmurs. Wind combing through arrow slits, far-off jackals yipping like naughty children, a horse whickering in the stable's depths. The Caravanserai breathes, all stone lungs and timber bones, and the slow heartbeat of guardsmen's boots. Your pulse slows, drifting toward the pace of dripping well water echoing from below. Down in the guest rooms, 100 souls dream of profit and peril chests, rising under wool blankets like waves on a midnight ocean. Imagine the stories fermenting behind those eyelids, caravan tailies ripening into tomorrow's boasts. A meteor shower kicks off distant cousins of that first shooting star, scratching fleeting messages across the dark. If only you read celestial shorthand. Might, said bed down fool, or rooftops attract eccentrics. Beyond the walls, an eternity of scrubland unfolds, black on black, under the indifferent stars. Somewhere out there, a lion's ghost paces the vanished hunting grounds, golden mane flaring in memory's moonlight. Caravan masters still scare children with those bedtime stories. Behave, or the stone lion will lick your face off. Your toes cramp, cold seeping through leather soles, sending numbness marching toward your ankles. Time to retreat. Slither off the beam, grimacing as splintered wood tugs threads from your tunic, preparing explanations involving rogue floorboards. The sentry reappears, a yellow beacon rounding the storage huts. You catch his yawn, jaw cracking loud as a walnut in a sultan's fist, his spear trailing like an extra tired limb. Moonlight glints off his nose ring, popular among Balkan guardsmen, despite Ottoman officers' disapproval mark of some mountain tribe lost to boundary shifts. One final scan of the horizon, still dark, no false dawn smudge betraying morning's approach. The desert keeps its secrets tonight, holding dawn in reserve, like the last grape hidden under vine leaves. You descend the groaning stairs, night's spell clinging like cobwebs, letting rooftop cold slew away step by creaking step. Behind you, the owl hoots, 3 curved notes tossed into the breeze like breadcrumbs for the coming sun. Your sandal scuffs a loose tile near the granary archway, the sound sharp as a dropped coin in the sleeping vaults. Around the corner, a gleam winks at you, iron latches, catching moonlight like sly winks from a conspirator. You halt, aware of night guards 3 corridors away, the chest crouched beneath a wool-stacked ledge daring closer inspection. Kneeling releases the scent of aged cedar and camphor, the box itself swallowed by shadows, until your palm brushes cold metal. Merchant chests like these crossed continents, cunning locks designed in Damascus workshops, where tinkerers studied Roman puzzle boxes for inspiration. Feel the scratches marring its surface, mementos from camel spills and bandit ambushes past. 3 tarnished keys dangle from the latch, each as long as your thumb. Ottoman customs records show spice traders declaring 12 chests of orphan pepper to avoid taxes, but never admitting what hid under false bottoms. Your nail taps the wood, a hollow echo suggesting secrets nested like Russian dolls. 1 key sports feather engravings, the mark of Smyrna locksmiths who believed wings warded off sticky-fingered gin. Jiggle it, the lock grits like a grumpy tortoise refusing sunlight. Try the second, blunt-tipped and scarred, its teeth worn from decades of anxious turns. No click. The third, smallest, slips in smooth. A dry rasp whispers through the chamber. The lid lifts halfway before seizing, as if the chest itself remembers guarding its hoard. Inside, layers of indigo-dyed linen hide lumps and angles, each fold releasing whispers of cardamom and long-faded rosewater. Peel back the cloth, revealing lumps wrapped in palm fiber. First bundle, leathery discs stamped with alien script. Beetle nut, maybe, hauled from humid southern ports. Historians still argue whether Ottoman traders actually thought these cured bad breath, or just enjoyed the blood-red spit stains as a fashion statement. Underneath, silks crumpled into luminous puddles, paisleys woven so tight they slither under your touch. 1 scarf bears water stains, ghostly continents mapping some forgotten mishap at a rainy caravanserai. Hold it to the dim light. Imagine it around the neck of a perfumer's daughter in Bursa, resentfully beautiful. Next, 7 lacquered miniatures, each no bigger than a walnut. Exquisite fruits, peaches and apricots, their gloss still sticky after centuries. Pocket-sized lies for homesick merchants. Yes, wife, Samarkand's harvests are terrible, totally not juicier than our orchards. Dig deeper, your pinky hooks a chain, silver thin as spider silk, anchoring a filigree frog smaller than your littlest fingernail. Quirky hedge against evil Bulgarian caravan. Masters swore frog charms prevented milk from curdling during thunderstorms. Drop it back, letting it vanish into padding like a metallic tadpole. Something gritty coats your fingertips, glittering when you tilt your hand. Crushed lapis lazuli, maybe pricey pigment for some bored bureaucrats, eyebrow decorations, blow gently gold flecks swirl in moonbeams, a tiny sandstorm over an imagined dune. The bottom layer holds unexpected heft, oilcloth wrapped around bars smooth as river stones. Unfold the fabric, revealing dull metal rectangles, tin lead neither. Slide one free, 3 finger widths long, unmistakable notches scored along its edge. Silver ingots, raw currency, preferred over jingling coins when bribing border guards. Each dent tells a story, clamped in teeth during haggling hurled at thieving monkeys, weighed against sacks of salt in moonlit markets. How many mule loads died carrying these? The chest creaks, lid trembling, as if sensing reevaluation. Below the ingots, a corner of parchment peeks through, cracked at its edges. Ease it out covered in dense script flowing like tangled yarn. Persian love poetry maybe, or guild price lists for frankincense. You'll never know, illiteracy being the lock even thieves couldn't pick. The ink's iron gall blackness remains stubborn, defying centuries of darkness and aromatic decay. Now, the false bottom. Every kid in bizarre cities knows the trick. Tap until a panel betrays itself. Your knuckle wraps wood hollow. A seam thin as a hair betrays the edge. Dig in with a thumb prying until a rectangle pops up. Empty, of course. No sapphires, no ruby-laced daggers, no Byzantine coins winking seductively, just wood grain worn by absent treasure. Or is it? A tremor of wax dries near one corner, pressed with the faintest crescent moon. Private courier seal broken where a knife point lifted it. Scrape the residue, still faintly honey-scented beeswax from some vanished hilltop apiary. Picture the stashed cargo, silenced witnesses to midnight bribes, paid informants, all spirited away before dawn inspections. Far off boots scrape stone. Keys clink at a guard's belt, the metallic hiccup freezing your spine. Ease the lid down, resisting its groan, tucking the ingots and silks into hurried darkness, last to vanish, the frog charm, its beady eye catching moonlight like an accusation. As the lock snicks shut, you feel the chest settle, its weight shifting into patient waiting. This hoard almost reached Delhi or Venice, or whichever dream its owner painted behind closed eyelids. Now it slumbers, holding ambition prisoner, until some key turns at sunrise. Before fleeing, spot the burn mark, marring the chest's left flank. Soot fingerprints crown the scar, proof someone once tested its fire resistance during a close call. Merchants called chests like this faithful wives. You couldn't trust them sober, but they'd guard your loot while you were drunk. The corridor remains empty, your escape path lit by one dying wall lamp. Glance back, the iron latches already fading into shadow, their gleam dissolving like coins tossed into a bottomless well. Whatever journeys this chest still holds, they belong to someone else's tomorrow. You retreat spice dust clinging to your sleeves, its perfume mingling with the night's chill like whispered regrets against your skin. Only when turning the corner do you notice the glitter caught under your thumbnail, Lappy's blue flecks winking like far-off stars, the Caravanserai's silent agreement to keep one secret between you. Moonlight fractures on dry marble channels, silver shards spilled across a basin thirstier than desert bones. You trace the dry rim, grit sticking to fingertips like sugar from abandoned tea glasses. Funny, even starved of water, this fountain still opens 8 stone petals to the sky, each chipped, yet somehow proud. Seljuk builders slapped down dozens of these rest stops, hosting camels and chaos across Anatolia's dust-trodden belly. No road trip playlist, just actual sand in everything. Your toe nudges a moss-furred tile, the squish making you recoil. Secret inner gardener screaming wet wipe emergency. A hollow drip echoes far below. One long sigh of a pause, 2. Groundwater teasing the structure's skeleton, a buried pulse mocking the silence above. Lean closer, your shadow spills into the basin, disturbing reflected constellations. Ursa Major warps its bare shape, dissolving into ripples you didn't create. 8 lotus petals, count them, each scallop smoothed by centuries of absent cascades. Touch the cool curves, where water once sang traders to sleep under woolen blankets. Historians still argue whether Caravanserai fountains were a flex of power or just really aggressive hospitality marketing. Your palm presses the basin's floor, dust-caked, yet still chill as a cellar wall. Mercury, maybe, lurking in the marble veins. Quarry masters swore polished slabs, trapped nights, cold letting noontime visitors cool their foreheads like lazy aristocrats. Fine, but right now it's stealing your body heat, rude host even in ruin. Somewhere below, scrabbling claws scrape stone. Not rats, ghost camels, if you believe sour-faced, stable hands nursing bad wine. They whisper of caravan beasts, returning as thirsty spirits, nosing dry fountains at midnight, hoping for one last drink. Wind funnels through the courtyard, dragging grit along marble gutters. Listen, the sigh becomes a hiss, become a voice, almost whispering. Abdullah owes me 14 dinars before dissolving. Keep walking, dead men's IOUs aren't your problem. The central pillar stands cracked, its bronze spout snapped clean off. Squint, the brakes too jagged for decay. An angry merchant's kickback when ice shipments melted. A clumsy mule, handler's hammer blow. No one court-martials a mule tragic. Dry, channels spiral outward, vanished streams mapped in tile patterns. Blue zigzags chase ochre diamonds, sun-faded promises of wet geometry. Imagine laughing waters rushing past, music to drown out camel groans and drunken bargaining. Now, only scorpions skitter where silver arcs should shimmer. Your heel grinds a mosaic fragment, red clay shard poking through weeds. Salvage it, a triangle from some forgotten tile snake's zigzag spine. Pop it in your pocket. This ruin's autograph cheaper than those tacky snow globes they sell at Ephesus. Moonbeams catch the pillars' carvings, not floral motifs, but sheep clusters and date palms. Practical poetry for road-weary travelers. Sultans preferred poems praising their earlobes. Common herdsmen needed water source symbols, less sonnets, more GPS pins. The basin's edge sports chips, like nibbles from a bored giant, actually wagon collisions when drivers backed up too eagerly toward promise of liquid relief. Axle grease stains linger black smears, cursing clumsy wheelmen across 7 decades. Crouch lower, spotting one intact tile. 3 ibex leap, frozen mid-gamble, their horns gilded despite time's hunger. Gold survives everything: divorce, invasions, plagues, much like that one ant who brings expired candies to funerals. Below the ibex, scratched graffiti. Not Mehmet was here, but a tiny boat sailing stone waves. Armenian merchant practicing doodles, or a homesick Venetian dreaming of canals. Touch the grooves, sharp enough to snag wool, still defiant after whatever blade birthed them. Wind shifts, herding sage smoke from some unseen brazier down the courtyard. Blue tendrils caress cracked marble, turning the fountain into a ghostly hookah lounge. Breathe deep, lungs filling with desert herbs, and whispered all night bizarre haggles. Kneel, peering into the basin's drainage hole black as a tax collector's soul. That dripping echoes louder here. 1, eternity passes. 2, footsteps couldn't reach this buried aquifer, so what stirs down there? Secret spring. Dwarves mining lapis lazuli. Your spine votes, stop wondering. Stand brushing grit from your knees, where dust imitates snowdrifts against northern thigh bones. The Islamic world's first attempt at snow days failed spectacularly. You pivot moonlight, slicing across 8 tired petals once more. Caravanserai fountains only flowed when travelers approached, cisterns triggered by clever levers. It's in the Seljuk manuals. No guests, no water show. Tonight, you're not buyer enough to impress the plumbing. Far off, an owl hoots. Fountain's side-eye says blink first. Fine, retreat your shadow, unpeeling from the basin like old tape. Star-scattered water ripples, imagined, but earnest guides you toward archways, still hoarding sleep's thicker shadows against the coming gray. Only when exiting the courtyard do your souls squelch, phantom dampness rising from beneath cracked tiles. The fountain's farewell gift, half-hearted and muddy, like all apologies from in-laws who forgot your birthday. Your pocket rattles, the tile shard shifting against silver frog charms and crushed lappy sins. Weighted by souvenirs, you wander corridors where moonlight thickens like drying honey. The fountain's silence nesting in your ears like held breath. Turn a corner, 3 lamps gutter, then sigh into smoke. Glance back, 8 petals drink darkness now, their mouths open to catch nothing but time's slow dust. Your palm brushes woolen air, thick with indigo and turmeric dust, motes turning lazy in the lamplight. One loom stands askew, its warp threads sagging under the weight of a stranded crane. Mid-flap, wingtip fraying like a bad haircut, abandoned tweezers glint, still pinching 3 strands of peacock-blue silk, frozen mid-stitch. Anatolian weavers, absolute legends, knotted over 400 threads per inch, for Sultan's prayer mats. Your sweater with vintage vibes from the mall, barely managed 10. Impressive stats, 0 help when your masterpiece gets interrupted by sweeping historical chaos. Left foot nudges a clay spindle, rolling it toward half-woolen crescents dyed pomegranate tread. Squares dance the mosaic floors, faded patterns whispering gossip across the road from Antioch to Ankara. Tonight, the only hum comes from your own breath, disturbing silk strands. 3 oil lamps gutter nearby, lizard tails of smoke lapping at rafters. Their light licks the crane's single amber eye bead pupils, judging your untied bootlace with woven superiority. Yeah, whatever birds don't pay taxes. Fingers hover over the dropped shuttle, birch wood worn smooth by decades of flick-catch rhythms. Resist touching its balanced midair, suspended between 2 maple posts, like a trapeze artist napping between shows. Sun-bleached wool sways, greeting your shadow with phantom applause. A ledger lies open, charcoal numbers climbing margins. 3 bolts delivered, 2 dinars owed, 1 scribble-covered sketch of a duck wearing a fez. Work documents, am I right? Moonlight sneaks through a high window, slicing across 6 stacked cedar dye vats. One's crusted yellow inside, mimosa flowers stewed, with don't ask, fermented Bedouin, goat urine for color-fast brilliance. Funky, but effective, your favorite genes, oh similar chemical sins. Crouch peering at the tapestry's lower edge. Lions chase gazelles between floral borders, perfect Seljuk beast ballet, no blood allowed, royal decree. Historians argue whether these cheerful hunts symbolize dominion or just stitch therapy for stressed-out decorators. The crane's free wing flaps into chaos, turquoise threads exploding mid-flight. Sabotage. Earthquake, weaver realizing the client stiffed payment halfway through. Museum curators lose sleep over this one. Bread crumbs of hypotheses, 0 conclusions, basic academia. Unspun flax spills from a basket, a blonde waterfall paused mid-tumble. Scoop a tuft, rubbing fibers between knuckles. Still supple, despite centuries elbowing dust in a corner. Royal suppliers stockpiled thread, like preppers before Whitecay. Gaze upon the stash and despair. Near the duck fees sketch, a thumbprint mars column totals. Indigo smudge, still trembling wet in lamplight, caught mid-swipe by fate's abrupt coffee break. Time's funniest prank, freezing folks mid-gesture for eternity. Empathy cramps pinch relatable. Your hip bumps the loom frame, triggering a seismic yawn from the structure. Beams creak, warp, threads sway, starting that picky half-sewn crane bobbing like a drunk barfly. Hold still, apologies mouthed to the avian prince, hands lifted clear of royalty. 8 colors dangle vertical, a cosmic harp gathering more dust than tunes. Pluck one verboten, but the impulse tugs 3,000 hours to spin that crimson. Don't be the joker ruining it for nightmares. Wind sneaks under the door, lifting threads like jellyfish tentacles. Ghostly wave hello, static pins, your sleeve hairs upright. Wool's revenge for staring too long. Step back, fleece-backed caution winds. Overhead, moths orbit lamp heat, their shadows dicing the crane into Morse code confetti. One lands on the ledger wings, powdering 14 yards saffron into illegible pollen smears. Auditor's nightmare, nature's inside joke. That duck's fez, outrageous tassel, crimson looping like Shiva's dreadlocks on vacation. Who piloted this pen? Humor's an immortal compass, day laborers doodling it up between dye lots, stoop spotting needles wedged between floorboards, rusty soldiers guarding thread kingdoms. Better than stepping. Ouch, the OG Lego bricks of ancient crafting. One giant tapestry bunches beside the loom, folded like a sleeping bear. Flick one corner, revealing spotted leopard's mid-prowl, faded yet furious. Seljuk tigers lacked stripes, biblically incorrect, but rocked leopard chic like runway models. Topkapi palaces, entire Pinterest board agrees. Tentative fingertip touches a rose motif, bloated silk buds under pressure. Golden threads catch lamplight, Byzantine gold salvaged from melted down saints' halo discs, probably. Sacrilegious recycling, repurposed as luxury. Capitalism always wins. History's hush thickens, crushing giggles about fez ducks. This room's a time capsule sealed with loom dust, and moths guarding unwritten resumes. Your heel grinds a charcoal nub, releasing phantom scribbles into air already heavy with ghost deadlines. Drafts rattle the high window, its shutter tape-slapped with leather strips. Full rewinds, spent 60 winters shivering here, fingers blue, yet stitching sunrise hues into brutal winters. Their breath hangs in your own frosted traces against midnight's warm bleed. Outside, stars wheel toward dawn guard shift. The crane flaps its one good wing, urging completion you can't provide. Turn your shadow drapes the loom like a funeral shroud. Good intentions smothering artistry's open wound. Breach the threshold linen curtain, dropping heavy behind you. Across the Caravanserai, a donkey snores counterpoint to the weaver's held breath. Threads remain midair hopeful, listening for footsteps that might return when the world feels less fragmentary. Silk shivers, unfinished bird yearning toward constellations already fading. No hand arrives, just night's last breeze plucking the harp of dangling strands, a discordant lullaby for creation. Paused mid-dream, go pocket jingling rescued tile bits, thread glow, clinging to your sleeve like firefly sweat. Corridors beckon cooler now, their stones exhaling stored moonlight as the crane's silent cry dissolves into whatever comes after ambition. Wind finds you first, snagging your sleeve as you round the corridor's curve. Arrow slits cut moonlit stripes into the stones ahead, skinny windows, barely wider than 2 fingers. Warm lantern glow from hours ago has cooled, leaving only whispers, and that hum. You halt, ear almost touching cold stone. The vibration isn't a single note, more like bees debating philosophy inside the walls. Desert drafts hiss through narrow gaps, ancient climate control designed by paranoid architects. These slots let archers shoot invaders, but also funneled precious breezes across sweating merchants. Defense and AC in one package, Ottoman efficiency at its finest. A dust moat spirals into your eyelash, instant desert souvenirs. Blink vision fracturing into 6 wobbling lanterns, still burning down the hall. Their light bends with the wind, painting amber squiggles on your shoe leather. Lean closer to the slit. Freezing air gnaws your cheek, night's teeth sinking deep. Caravans counted these slots. When approaching, some travelers swore odd numbers meant safer shelter. Superstitious? Maybe, but cross 600 miles of Anatolian plateau. See what nonsense you'd believe. Your breath puffs back at you, rejected by stone lungs. Those tiny windows exhale gusts that once cooled crusader nights, or Seljuk silk traders, depending who's conquering this week. Historians still argue whether the slits leaned left to right for better arrow angles, or just lazy masons eyeballing plumb lines. One gust hurls grit into your collar. Welcome to nature's exfoliating spa treatment. The stones smell of chilled flint, gunpowder's great-grandparent, minus the explosions. Rub your arms, goosebumps rising like miniature fortress walls along your skin. Above a lantern sways its chain screeching like a startled owl. Shadows stretch, then snap back, dizzy moths chasing false dawns. Its oil must be low, flame gulping the wick's last juice like a nervous bartender at closing time. 3 slits gleam ahead, silver-edged from moonlight outside. Peer through one, your eye, a temporary patch over the desert's peephole. Endless black stretches past the walls. No campfires, no dunes, just void wearing silk pajamas. Dust devils spin below, invisible, except when stealing moonlight. They scratch against foundations, sounding like mice writing urgent scrolls. This close to dawn, even scorpions nap, yet the wind works overtime. You hum back at the wall, matching its pitch. Stone shivers, maybe answering, maybe laughing at your tone-deaf tribute. Acoustics here could amplify a whisper to a shout, handy for spies, and terrible for gossipy merchants. Your tunic flaps, Mediterranean sails on a phantom ship. Hold it still, fabric protesting like a cat denied escape. Tonight's playlist, howling winds, creaking chains, and the rhythmic hush of your own pulse. A stronger blast whistles through, playing flute solos on fractured stone edges. Cover your ears, notes too sharp for comfort. Someone once told you desert winds carry gin conversations. Tonight's topic seems particularly petty. Lantern glow flickers across the nearest slit's rim. Centuries of drafts have polished the inner ledge smooth, stone lips worn down from endless whistling. Touch it, electric cold, sears your fingertip. Thank God you skipped hand lotion today. Below the slit, a pile of sand crescendos. Tiny dunes migrate nightly, patient anarchists, undermining fortress walls one grain at a time. Kick it gently, watch crystals spray like defeated invaders. The hum dips, then surges mimicking failed small talk at royal banquets. Straighten spine cracking, loud enough to startle a mouse 12 slits down. Your vertebrae choir needs tuning. Moonlight slips away, clouds muscling in like bouncers at a club. Wind redoubles its efforts now, with bonus gravel bits stinging your ankles. Somewhere, a loose shutter bangs, wooden applause for the sky's disappearing act. Step closer to a slit, press palms flat beside it. Ancient chisel marks ripple under your skin, mason's signatures hiding in plain sight. One groove drags deeper, maybe a slipped tool, or some bored worker rebelling against inch-thick limestone. Another gust, your hair levitates, Einstein's worst nightmare. Static crackles between strands, halo of the sleep-deprived and wind-whipped. Bedhead would envy this aerial disaster. Far off, a donkey brays, reminding you of Section 25's sleepy guardian. His honk harmonizes with the wall's drone, avant-garde desert jazz. You are front row at nature's weirdest concert. A dust whirlpool forms at your feet, dead skin, and centuries of sand doing the tango. Watch it spin, mesmerizing, until it dissolves against your left boot. Arizona could never. Stone numbs your cheek now, cold sinking into bone. Pull back, face print lingering on the wall like a ghost selfie. Vanity ruins yet another moment. Through the slit, stars blink out one by one. Dawn's advance guard, or just clouds staging a hostile takeover. Breathe deep, catch the scent of distant rain, buried under arid gusts. Wind tugs your tunic again, nagging child desperate for attention. Fine, you acknowledge its drama, bow to the king of petty breezes. Still it whines, insatiable diva of atmospheric pressure. Lantern flame ahead bows low, kowtowing to some unseen breeze emperor, then snuffs out. Total darkness swallows the corridor, your retinas painting phantom slits where none exist. Blind, you follow the hum now, hand trailing cold stone for guidance. Pebbles skitter ahead, heralds of your clumsy passage. Arm hairs prickle each follicle, its own seismic weather station. Pause, listen to the new harmony. Wind through 7 slits, each slot's width altering its pitch. It plays a chord older than whirling dervishes, a sonic fossil unchanged since Genghis Khan's postal routes. One palm dampens against stone friction. Fight you're clearly losing. Rub it dry on your pants, denim rasping louder than the wind. Swap boots, pretend that evens out the grit distribution. Dawn's first gray finger probes the farthest slit, stealing night's edge. Chill retreats your breath, no longer clouds the air. Wind softens, temper tantrums spent as stars burn out their final shifts. A final gust sneaks under your collar, ice dagger down your spine, jump elbow smacking stone, muffled curse echoing down the arrow slit's throat. Well played, Anatolia, well played. Blue smoke curls around your ankles, cedar resin clings to your throat, sweet and sticky as stolen honey. An invisible thread pulls you forward down the corridor, where 12 arches swallow lamplight whole. Your shadow smears against stone, stretching 20 feet before snapping back. Diminishing returns apply here. Ahead, smoke ribbons braid themselves into knots. Someone's midnight ritual or architectural indigestion. You sniff, citrus tang, buried under wood smoke, bergamot, smuggled from Cyprus maybe, caravanserais, stockpiled botanicals like apothecaries, sage for wounds, rosemary for memory, myrrh for traders who missed home too sharply. Step closer. A clay brazier glows beneath the nearest arch. No attendant fans the embers, just ghost breath drafts, stirring gray flakes. Blue tendrils rise, each twist revealing half-formed faces that dissolve before recognition hits. Your shoelace smolders, drop and stomp. Welcome to the world's worst aromatherapy accident. Smoke thickens as you pass the second arch. Breathe through your sleeve fabric, acquiring the scent of haunted woodshops. This corridor held spice negotiations. Once, pepper merchants haggling over grains like gold nuggets. Historians still argue whether ventilation shafts hid spies or just dumped smoke from overambitious chefs. 3 braziers now arranged in a lopsided triangle. Flames gutter when you pass, dodging your shadow's advance. Their smoke conspires, forming a low-hanging fog that parts for your shins then reseals. Your Moses, if Moses trekked through discount incense during a clearance sale. Your elbow brushes sandstone, grit cascades into your cuff. Wipe it, palm comes away smelling of burnt sugar and something unnameable. 2 centuries of sweat, spilled wine, camel breath baked into these walls. The stone sweats 2 beads of moisture, defying desert logic. Left turn, the corridor narrows, brazier smoke, now pooling at waist height. Bend, peer through the blue haze, 12 more arches receding into nothing. Hephaestion himself may have paced this route. Alexander the Great's second, fretting over Persian tax ledgers. Nobody mentioned this in your middle school history class. 1 brazier crackles, its embers spit a golden speck onto your wrist. Fossilized amber maybe, traded from Baltic merchants who believed it trapped ancient curses, or dried goat dung, the caravanserai's universal fuel. You pick it off, let it fall. Sentimentality has limits at 5 a.m. Taste creeps onto your tongue, charcoal and forgotten spices. Cumin, cardamom, your tonsils stage a protest, silent but precedent-setting. A hiccup escapes, blue mist shudders with the force, noise pollution in sacred smoke space. Your knuckle grazes a wall niche, catching on rough plaster. Inside, a terracotta jar tips, its lid sealed with wax thicker than your patience. Don't open it. That's how mummy curses start, or worse. Gilgamesh fanfiction. A sudden downdraft parts the smoke, revealing footprints in dust ahead, bare feet small, maybe a child's, or slender acolytes. They vanish after 4 paces, erased by drifts from a hidden air shaft. Ottoman architects loved their surprises, trapdoors, dust geysers, tricks on tired guests. Lean against a pillar, your back absorbs its stored chill. Spine aligned with carved lotus petals, 15 blooms, rendered by some meticulous chisel wielder. His name lost, his blisters healed his art, surviving empires. A moth flutters past, dive bombing the nearest smoke column, nature's kamikaze poet. 4 braziers huddle ahead, their smoke congealing into hazy pillars. You weave between them, your path, a drunken mathematician's proof. Static lifts your hair again. Halo meets dandelion fluff in a noir film. The smell shifts, charred honey now cloying as a vizier's compliments. Wisdom says leave, curiosity says inhale deeper. You compromise, shallow breaths, while stepping sideways like a paranoid crab. Another turn, fresher air brushes your right cheek. Follow it past Arch 7, where moonlight slants through a ceiling grate. Stars spin beyond, distracted by their own slow-motion car crash. Here, the smoke thins enough to spot glyphs carved along the ceiling. Twisting vines, stopped mid-sprout, some long-dead artist's abandoned commission. Touch the nearest one, grease smudge from generations of fingers tracing its curves. Your stomach growls, loud enough to startle a brazier's flame. 3 meals ago feels like Byzantine history. Blame the scent, smoke tricks guts into remembering come-and-roasted lamb feasts. A hidden alcove yawns left, unmarked by lamps or footprints. Inside, a single brass bowl holds desiccated sage leaves, stem fragments, gray petals. Fringe theorists claimed midnight herb burns could thin dimensional barriers, inviting more travelers than just you. Tonight, evidence feels flimsy but persuasive. Smoke swirls around a ceiling hook, forming temporary zodiac shapes. Aries ramming Taurus, Pisces flipping off Orion, the usual celestial drama. Blink, they collapse into formless haze. Disappointed astrologers weep somewhere. Step into Arch 8's shadow, stone bites through your tunic. This spot hoards cold like a dragon guard's coins. Rub your arms, friction doing negligible work against medieval air conditioning. Footfalls echo, not yours, lighter, quicker. Pause, listen, nothing, but braziers hissing like deflating tires. Probably wined, unless caravanserais keep gin on payroll now. Dawn bleeds through another grate, faint pink, contaminating blue smoke. The lanterns fade, outshone by sun's opening act. Shadows lose their edges, smudged charcoal sketches, surrendering to erasers. Last bend, the corridor empties into an octagonal chamber. Braziers crowd its center, 20 at least, all snuffed, but one. Its smoke spirals upward, a reverse tornado seeking heaven's approval. Birdsong leaks through high windows, sparrows debating breakfast options. They sound amused by your smoky stumble, rude little winged critics. Your knees creak, morning's gift to the unrested. Bend, examine the sole active brazier, its embers shaped like a miniature Stonehenge. Blow gently, ash flurries rise, each flake a burnt page from unwritten histories. Sunlight hits the farthest wall, revealing a painted caravan. Camels fade under centuries of soot, their eyes still bright with wanderlust. You touch one's silhouette, paint flakes, adhering to your damp fingertip, temporary tattoo of the lost. 3 more steps, smoke now gauze thin, revealing an exit curtained by moth-eaten wool. Parted daylight floods your retinas, blinking won't save you now. A breeze slips through, scattering ash across your boots. The final wisps twist, form a fleeting spiral, then dissolve into nothingness. The labyrinth releases you unimpressed, but polite. Moonlight licks the parapet stones, each edge silvered like a knife laid flat for inspection. You lean against warmed limestone, residual heat from the sun's long-gone embrace. Below, the Caravanserai sleeps, its courtyards reduced to pools of ink between lanterns. A shadow detaches itself from the merlins, fluid as spilled mercury. Cat, obviously tail, arcing like a question mark, drawn in cursive. It halts 3 paces away, amber eyes reflecting miniature versions of your weary face. You offer a knuckle, universal idiot gesture for I mean no harm. The cat blinks, a slow dismissal that says your ancestors invented doors. Yet still, you grovel. Wind rifles your hair, carrying scents of cold sand and distant juniper. Somewhere down the well shaft, water detonates into the bucket. 1, 2, 3 heartbeats between splashes. Cats ruled these pit stops for travelers, hunting vermin in grain stores, sunning on merchant carts piled with silk. Another blink, warmer this time, maybe pity for your smoke-scented tunic. The feline shifts, revealing half an ear notched in some forgotten skirmish. Legend claims Anatolian cats carried gin whispers their purrs, encoding market tips and assassination plots. Convenient, nobody checks source accuracy at 3 a.m. Your new companion pads along the parapet, shoulder blades rippling under fur as liquid as Damascus steel. Moonlight outlines ribs, a topography of hunger, barely concealed by professional aloofness. Below, a second cat materializes from an arrow slit, then a third from the shadow of a dried-up rainspout. They move like chess pieces, black gold, dust gray, claiming night shift territories set by whiskerwidth treaties. Crouch your knees protest to examine masonry cracks blooming with sagebrush sprouts. The notched-ear cat sniffs your boot, unimpressed, then rubs its jaw against a protruding brick, marking property yours, now apparently reclassified as feline furniture. One of the cats below leaps onto a merchant's locked chest, its silhouette pooling over iron latches. Roaming guards always meant bribery potential, but whiskered sentries demand payment in head scratches or dropped lamb. Notched ear rolls onto its back, belly fur flashing white, ultimate trust test or lethal prank. You recall Persian miniatures, cats lounging beside scholars, paws atop astrology scrolls like critics grading celestial math. Historians still argue whether traders introduced new feline breeds or if cats simply stowed away in saddlebags for better Wi-Fi. A paw bat's air, claws retracted, performance art titled Play with Me or Perish. You dangle a leather cord from your sleeve, instant magnet. The cat stiffens, haunches vibrating, then launches into acrobatics that shame Olympic gymnasts. Gravel skitters, someone's sleeping donkey shifts in the stables. Distant camel bells, you'd know that clank anywhere fade as night vendors retreat. The cat freezes mid-pounce, ears swiveling toward the noise, before dismissing it as non-prey-related foolishness. Your wrist aches, the cord's now frayed beyond salvage. Notched ear sits primly grooming a forepaw, as if to say, we never did that. Beyond, the moon dips toward western mountains, its face smudged by high-altitude dust. Two kittens spill from a broken roof tile, fur still fluffed from naps. They tumble, a whirlwind of squeaks and misplaced bravado, until Notched Ear hisses parental advisory warnings. A screech owl cries, triggering 15 cat heads, snapping skyward. Wings rasp against starlight, the bird banking toward some doomed rodent. The kittens gape first lesson in skylurking death, disguised as feathers. You scratch Notched Ear's spine, triggering a purr that vibrates up your arm bones. Rumor says cats near Ephesus once led archaeologists to buried mosaics, digging where rodents nested over forgotten villas. Proof dubious, but tonight you'd believe anything between purrs and moon hypnosis. A tile cracks, Notched Ear vanishes, a furry Houdini leaving no forwarding address. From the kitchen roof, glass green eyes ignite, watching you like a sphinx guards its riddle. Dawn pales the east gray, creeping up behind the stars. The Caravanserai exhales, its stone joints creaking awake. Some prime minister declared these places tax-free zones, smart move encouraging exhausted travelers to stop spending. Notched Ear reappears, drop-kicking a twig into the abyss. Cats don't do goodbyes, just strategic exits between heartbeats. It melts into a stairwell's gloom, done with you, off to supervise dawn's inventory of shadows. Your breath fogs, last night's warmth leaching into violet skies. Behind you, a final pair of luminous eyes blink, once gold coins tossed into the dark before dissolving into day. The horizon stirs, granite peaks sharpening like teeth against a linen shroud. Gray bleeds into the eastern sky, the stars retreating like shy emissaries dismissed before dawn. You huddle deeper into your cloak, threadbare will no match for mountain breath rushing downslope. The Taurus range looms, snow caps glowing like sugared ridges under dying constellations. Your nose prickles not from spice or dung, but clean, sharp air stolen from glacial pockets. Caravanserai walls exhale daytime warmth, last night's sun still trapped in clay bricks. Icy drafts collide with that heat, creating visible sighs of mist along the parapets. One hand rests on sun-baked limestone, the other extends toward the peaks, skin tingling from temperature warfare. Roman merchants cursed these passes, frostbite swapping sandals for wool wraps mid-journey. Emperor Elagabalus once ordered snow hauled from these peaks to cool his palace. Entire camel caravans lost to avalanches for a tyrant's sorbet. A shiver claws up your spine, equal parts cold and awe. Those summits birthed legends, gatekeepers guarding Anatolia's belly from desert storms and invading armies. Scientists claim tectonic tantrums shoved the range skyward. But tonight you swear you hear giants snoring under layers of shale. Wind sculpts sand against the gatehouse, grit hissing like static between stations. You picture the frozen heights, ravines, where sunlight never lingers, glacial milk swirling in hidden springs. Merchants spun tailies of yetis there, furry philosophers debating moon phases, while goats watched bemused. Below, a lantern gutters, its oil exhausted after hours of defying shadows. Historians still argue whether mountain passes dictated silk prices, or if bandit dens played taxman with sharper knives. Truth probably huddles between both frostbitten and pragmatic. Your breath fogs, each puff a ghostly comma, punctuating the silent cold. High altitude winds howl, or maybe that's the Caravanserai's cats lamenting breakfast delays. Dawn advances, liquid gold spilling over granite teeth, transforming snow into blazing diamonds. Wagons groaned through those passes, axles cracking under indigo bolts and frankincense. Drivers whispered prayers to weather gods, offering almonds instead of fingers to the frost. One frozen trader was found centuries later, leathery hands still gripping his ledger, ink bleached by endless snowlight. A shutter slams somewhere, the courtyard stirring. Despite the early hour, you press palms to your eyelids, imprinting the mountain's afterimage, a violet shadow stamped on sun-starved retinas. The Caravanserai walls hum, their sun-stored warmth flickering like a failing bulb against winter's breath. Sun crests the peaks, blinding white, erasing the stars' final protests. You blink, suddenly aware of your numb toes, your chapped lips, the absurdity of staring at glaciers while standing in a desert. Yet the mountains remain patient as chess masters, knowing all roads bend to their frozen ankles eventually. Your heels grind against pebbles, kicking up dust that glints like fool's gold in the creeping dawn. That weathered hitching post leans ahead, its cedar trunk sway-backed from centuries of impatient nuzzling. Rope fibers dangle frayed, tongues whispering of camel trains, long unyoked. You trace a groove in the stone base, thumb catching on smooth hollows worn by countless tethers. Each scar marks a journey paused, a merchant's shaky relief at reaching shelter. Ottoman caravans hauled pepper and saffron here, spice roads threading through valleys haunted by wolf packs. Some drovers tied knots facing Mecca, believing the post's absorbed blessings for weary beasts. Leather straps left their ghosts here, stained into wood grain by sweat and midnight oils. You catch musk, still pungent after decades, blended with phantom whiffs of cumin sacks and dung cakes. One deep groove resembles a tooth mark, maybe. Some frustrated mare debating freedom versus hay rations. Historians still argue whether these posts faced east to honor sunrise or simply avoided prevailing winds. The truth probably involves a hungover carpenter and an impatient foreman. Your boot scrapes mudstone shards, shattered by frost heave, or some mule's spectacular tantrum. Flecks of mica sparkle in the grooves, quartz veins glittering like salt on a margarita glass. You imagine the weight that once pulled these ropes tight, bundled silks, heavy, with monsoon damp iron ingots sweating rust into burlap. A mainstream fact floats up: Seljuk sultans taxed goods by the rope's strain. Clever smugglers dangled empty chests outside walls after dark, faking weight with lead counterbalances. Wind whistles through a nail hole, a wobbly E-flat that veers sharp when gusts hit. Perfect soundtrack for this relic, an untuned orchestra of sighs. That splintered top beam, allegedly split during a Bukharan merchant's meltdown over misrated saffron. They found 16 copper coins hammered into the crack appeasement for spice spirits. Your palm presses against sun-warmed cedar, resin oozing like caramel between splinters. Time has sanded edges smooth, yet muscle memory remains. Fingertips recognize grooves where caravan boys looped reins, quick-release hitches for escape during raids. Shadows pool at the base, hiding beetle armies that polish the wood nightly. Dawn exposes their work, a patina softer than any oilcloth. You spot initials scratched inside a groove, NS flanked by crescent moons, hungry apprentices dreaming of their own caravans, or lovelorn guards memorializing night shift crushes. Sunlight hits the post's crown, revealing a hidden stain darker than the rest. Legend claims a Persian warlord tethered his stallion here, refusing to enter until the gatekeeper bowed. The horse apparently peed for 7 uninterrupted minutes, marking victory like a fuzzy thermostat nodes. Fringe theorists insist the stain changes shape during lunar eclipses, a Rorschach test for superstitious stable hands. A cool patch lingers where shade clung stubbornly, stone, refusing to forget night's embrace. You crouch, spotting fossil shells in the limestone. This whole plateau was seabed once, now hosting ghost camels instead of trilobites. Wind plucks at the frayed ropes, twisting them into nautical knots no sailor could name. They sway like pendulum weights, counting seconds until the next caravan stirs. Historians still debate whether these posts anchored commerce or just the despair of travelers facing another mountain pass. Your thumbnail flicks a rusted nailhead, ringing a tiny chime that vanishes into morning haze. Time to walk away. But the post's shadow stretches long one last tether, holding you to stories silt-packed in its grooves. Dawn winds prying your gaze eastward, where fresh hoofprints already blur in rising heat. You step into a room thick with the tang of iron gall ink, a scent like soaked nails and walnut shells. Wobbled candle stubs dot the desk, their wax frozen mid-drip like melted candle ghosts gave up haunting. A goose quill lies abandoned, its nib bent sideways from some final frustrated flourish. You touch the blurred ledger line, ink smeared by a trailing sleeve. Here's where the scribe's battle with arithmetic collapsed, his enemies being 17 bales of Aleppo wool and one disputed customs tax. Ottoman clerks used vermilion ink for imperial debts, crimson meaning pay now or lose a finger. This entry's just rusty brown, suggesting a cheaper gallnut brew mixed with desperation. Moonlight stripes the parchment, exposing a constellation of ink blots. One resembles a sideways donkey, another a panicking squid. Historians still argue whether scribes added these accidents as silent protests against arrogant merchants. The truth, probably just a dude who sneezed mid-decimal. Your fingertip follows the last legible word, misc for musk, before the script dissolves into a tired scribble. 7 blank lines gape below, each ruled with shaky precision. Pre-dawn drafts curl the parchment edges, making the page resemble a dried lotus leaf. A walnut inkwell sits crusted shut, its contents hardened into a volcanic island. No stirring stick survived, maybe sacrificed to scrape wax off a heated tablet. You spy initials carved underneath, MT, wrapped in a doodled scorpion. Assistant scribe, illicit lover, decorator of mediocre pottery during smoke breaks. Light shifts, revealing hidden columns of numbers squeezed between entries. Faint charcoal scratches, unofficial math, even clerks hid from tax auditors. One line reads bors for debt, next to 3 dots Turkish shorthand. For this, guy's never paying. Glass shards glint under the desk, the remains of a scribe's hourglass, meant to track work quotas. Sand spilled into a miniature dune, now colonized by dust mice. Ottoman bureaucrats timed transcription with water clocks, called mum sot, wax markings melting under flame. Supervisors docked pay if the candle drowned prematurely, a system as fair as snake roulette. A hiccup of dawn touches the ledger's edge. Gold bleeds across the paper, transforming those 7 blank lines into glowing slots. You half expect them to start humming, like vacant guest rooms awaiting travelers. Under the desk's leg, a crumpled bit of reed paper hides. Smoothing, it reveals a shopping list: lamp oil, chickpeas, new callum. No luxury items. Scribe life rarely involved silk cushions or surprise bonuses, unless you count not getting trampled by camels as a perk. Fringe archivists whisper about ledger ghosts, numbers that wander between columns when unattended. One merchant's record allegedly halved its debt overnight, ink reshuffling like a self-correcting mosaic. A likely culprit: sleep-deprived clerks and inventive candle smoke. You lean closer, spotting tiny teeth marks on the quill's shaft. Stress gnawing, or just appreciating decent goose craftsmanship. Parallel grooves suggest habitual chewing, the scribal equivalent of pacing. A stain spreads across the ledger's corner, rust-colored and sticky when touched. Wine, pomegranate juice, emergency ink from squeezed beetles. The teak wood underneath bears matching rings, like a tree resigned to holding bad decisions. Your thumb brushes a half-erased sketch. In the margin stick figures, bowing before a giant chicken, maybe an inside joke, or a hallucination sparked by a 3-day copying marathon. Medieval monks drew doodles of knights fighting snails, so why not Anatolian accountants worshipping poultry? Wind sneaks through a cracked shutter, fluttering the ledger's dry pages. They rasp like crickets trapped under parchment, preferring bedtime to accountancy. Shadows retreat, exposing an ink-splattered prayer mat rolled beneath the stool. 5 daily pauses from merchant tyranny. 5 chances to beg heaven for fewer typos. You inhale stale air, catching lingering whispers of charcoal, sheepskin, and walnut oil. Perhaps ambition once lived here too, before exhaustion took it out behind the Caravanserai and tenderly strangled it. A fly zigzags across the empty lines, its shadow darting like a frantic minus sign escaped from an equation. Freedom feels awkward after a lifetime of ledgers. Your pinky traces the 7th blank row, a space where profit met loss without resolution. Enough room to write an escape plan, or just a grocery list that doesn't involve chickpeas this time. Sunlight hits the inkwell's crust, revealing rainbow streaks in the hardened golem. For a second, it looks like a tiny city aflame inside the glass. Historians still debate whether scribes preferred raven quills over turkey, the latter being cheaper but less prestigious. Solidarity with underappreciated poultry, or just thriftiness winning over pomp. Your shoulder bumps the desk, sending a dried reed pen skittering across the wood. It rattles like camel teeth before teetering over the edge. Daybreak floods the room, silvering the dust and turning parchment into luminous skin. Those 7 empty lines soften, blurring into the vellum like unasked questions, finally dissolving. You round a shadowed pillar, noticing how your breath slows to match a stranger's rhythm. A guard slumped on a stone bench, his spear propped crooked against the wall, as if sketching its own shadow. Lamplight stripes his worn boots, leaking between loosened armor ties near his ribs. His humming drifts, a fraying thread of sound, tangled between exhaustion and stubborn alertness. Ottoman sentries often carried wool-wrapped maces along with steel ceremonial, yet practical for knocking sense into drowsy camel handlers without drawing blood. This one's mace lies discarded near his feet, a wool tassel matted like a neglected goat's beard. The melody wavers, detouring into half-remembered folk tunes. It might have started as a marching song from Edirne, but devolves into hiccuping nursery rhymes. Some fringe music scholars claim Anatolian guards favored Phrygian scales, believing the mournful notes hypnotized bandits into naps. More likely, it's just this guy forgetting how the chorus goes. His spearhead catches a stray lantern beam, glass beads strung along its shaft, scattering light like frozen sparks. Tiny prisms dance across his knuckles, where calluses grip phantom reins. Each armored scale on his shoulders droops, sagging like petals after a desert hailstorm. His eyelids flutter, sliding from bruised sunset to moonless midnight and back. Historians still argue whether garrison guards actually slept standing up, using spears as crutches under their armpits. Evidence: mostly gossipy merchant diaries, disappointed by their yawns. A drop of oil spits from the lamp, hissing into darkness before hitting stone. His chin jerks upward, blinking at a ceiling spiderweb swaying in a draft, pretending he'd meant to study its geometry all along. You spot a worn hora circle etched near his boot heel, dancers frozen mid-kick by weather and shuffling feet. Guards hosted dawn dances between watch rotations, 7 steps counter sunwise to ward off night terrors. Only senior sentries kept the rhythm, or well claimed they did. His humming skids around a corner, remembering itself, then coaxes out a clear 7-note climb up the scale. It evokes horsemen cresting sand dunes, cloud shadows chasing their own tails, a cavalry of daydreams. Something creaks, maybe his stiff belt, leather, maybe the bench, settling into ancient fatigue. His voice scratches, halts, resumes like nothing happened. His thumb rubs the spear shaft, its wood smoothed by generations of midnight polishing. Hands wearing anxiety into devotion. A bead slips loose, hitting the floor with a sound like a single far-off camel bell. He doesn't stir, too busy negotiating peace with gravity, tipping backward into sleep's undertow, then yanking himself shoreward. The lamp flickers, drawing golden halos around his unshaved jaw, each shadow deepening under his eyes. Moon bleeds into dawn through sandstone windows, pale as watered goat's milk. Your own shoulders slacken, the spear's shadow stretching long as a sundial's finger, pointing toward hidden breakfast fires. A childhood tune whispers in your skull, one you haven't hummed in 17 years. His melody coils around it, pulling forgotten words loose like knots in silk. His spear tilts, teasing the tipping point, balanced by dust-hazed habit. The humming phrase, unraveling into sighs warm as freshly snuffed wicks. The great bear constellation wheeling overhead is no longer his problem. Lamplight gilds the spear tip, now dipping to tap the dust, marking silent syllables between breaths. Dawn licks the eastern windows, spiking his shadow tall against the wall, a paper soldier guarding imaginary ramparts. His armored chest rises, falls, rises slower still. An indrawn breath rasps like parchment being smoothed, held, then released, unburdened. The spear settles its shadow merging with his, unarmed at last. You tilt your head back, neck cracking softly as lantern glow shrinks to dying embers in the courtyard below. Overhead, the great bear drags its star-clawed paws across the black Ursa Major's ancient outline scratched onto night's ceiling by some careless god. Desert air sharpens your vision, each pinprick of light etching itself into your retinas until the whole sky throbs. Remember those bronze lamps from the brazier. Their smoke still stings your eyes, a sting that makes stars blur into liquid silver. Ottoman astronomers mapped these same constellations using star charts inked on gazelle hide to guide desert caravans. Tonight, the bear seems restless, swiping at Lyra's harp strings like a bored sultan petting his musician. A shooting star guts the darkness, brief as a knife slash in tent fabric. Make a wish, but keep it practical. Maybe let the snoring merchant in room 12 choke on his own beard. Historians still argue whether desert travelers truly navigated by constellations alone, or just pretended to while following dung trails. That faint haze smudging the Milky Way, Bedouin poets called it the wild ass's kick, dust stirred by celestial hooves. You squint, imagining star donkeys stampeding through galaxies, their fur glittering with astral lice. One astronomer's ledger from Konya insists the haze was actually, quote, angels sneezing. Sure, and camels sing opera when nobody's listening. The last courtyard lantern sputters, its wick starving. Darkness rises like black water, drowning pillars and benches, leaving only the well's moon-bleached rim floating like a lost coin. Your pupils swell, drinking starlight, until the bear's tail sharpens into 7 distinct fangs. A bat flicks past, silent as a dropped shadow, its hunting moths drunk on lantern glow, now plunging into withdrawal. Poor bastards. Their wings still twitch toward dead flames, memorized paths leading nowhere. You sympathize. Remember that feverish night in Antalya, searching for a tavern that burned down 3 years prior. The North Star hangs fixed, unblinking, a rivet hammered into the sky's leather dome. Align Caravanserai gates with Polaris. Or so the old manuals dictated, guiding midnight arrivals. Maybe tomorrow night, some dust-caked trader will stumble toward that pinprick, swearing it's the eye of his mother's ghost. Your sandaled foot finds the courtyard's central mosaic, crushed lapis, lazuli grinding under heel. By day, it's a sunburst pattern. Under stars, it's a void. Your toes trace a tile camel, its beaded eye reflecting starlight stolen 4 centuries ago. Craftsmen needed powdered nightingale eggshells into the glaze, guaranteeing eternal shine. They weren't wrong. Cool air settles on your shoulders, a cloak woven from nothing. Constellations wheel untethered. Greeks saw chariots, Arabs saw vipers, and water buckets. All agreed the sky was a scroll waiting to be read. Modern scholars peer through telescopes, still squabbling over punctuation. That flicker northwest, Mars red as a butcher's thumbprint. Ottoman astrologers penned frantic marginalia whenever it neared Earth predicting plagues or pomegranate gluts. Mars winks, unimpressed by their crumbled scrolls. You count 19 shooting stars before losing track. Each streaks toward Anatolia's mountains, snuffed before impact. Somewhere up there, meteoric iron cools, waiting for future smiths to pound it into swords men won't remember using. A nightjar's trill stitches through silence, needling the dark. Its cousins nested in pharaohs' tombs, if you believe Herodotus' yarns. This one's just hungry, snatching beetles too slow to hide. Your knees complain as you crouch, pebbles biting into flesh. Stone holds the day's warmth, like bread wrapped in linen. When you squint sideways, the stars smear into crystalline algae, drifting on a black ocean's ceiling. Sailor's madness starts this way, gulping sky until it replaces blood. The well's reflection shows Ursa Major upside down, paws waving like a captive beetle. Stare long enough, and it seems to crawl, dripping star milk like a leaky wineskin. That fringe theory about constellations moving when humans blink, maybe test it later when you're drunker. Venus pierces the horizon, a needle-puncturing dun fabric. Dawn's scout. Soon, she'll drag the sun behind her like a spoiled child dragging a toy cart. For now, she's content to outshine every rival. You fumble for the joke simmering in your skull, something about stars being God's dandruff. But the sky feels too vast for punchlines. Even sarcasm whimpers here, cowering behind astronomy. That 7-starred ladle hung above the gatehouse, empty now, poured whole into the eastern shadows. Darkness thins, wearing through at seams where mountains brace against daylight. Just before dawn, the whole sky hesitates, a held breath between exhalations. The last star you see isn't even there, a lingering afterimage burned onto your retina when you finally blink. It pulses, blue-white, an echo of light older than these walls, fading slow as regret. You brush grit from your palms, fresh from leaning on a sun-warmed ledge, as the alcove's shadows swallow your silhouette. Rows of clay vessels stand shoulder to shoulder like stout sentries, their bellies pregnant with weeks of waiting. Each jar's neck narrowed for careful pouring, that pinch point where olive oil once glugged thick as liquid amber. One finger traces a groove in the nearest vessel, a spiral path etched by some ancient thumb. Back when these walls buzzed with Cappadocian traders, oil levels meant more than just inventory. They counted down sleeps until home, each dip in the liquid marking another sundown survived. A merchant could read his jar's chatelaine at dusk, knowing whether to tighten his belt or brag over lamb stew. The air here tastes different, damp earth and old resin clumping on your tongue. Scholars found similar storage niches in Petra's ruins, proving caravanserais doubled as desert banks. That jar third from the left, its belly bulges wrong, as if someone restuffed it mid-journey after a desperate trade. Historians still argue whether jars held oil wine or mercury for polishing silver mirrors. Let's hope it wasn't mercury. Nothing ruins a roadside nap like toxic sludge. Lean closer. See those smudges circling the rim, not random stains. Full palm prints pressed into wet clay centuries ago. Ottoman contract. Law sometimes used fingerprints as seals long before Scotland Yard's fancy files. The thumb on this jar belongs to someone impatient, sloppy digging for extra scoops. Maybe Yusuf, the fig seller, famous for watering his wares near Konya. Dust motes swarm your exhale, catching thin light from the courtyard's waking edge. Every jar wears its own crust, some streaked with white salt lines, others speckled like quail eggs. One near the back oozes a black glaze, wrong like its bleeding pitch, long after the kiln's fire died. Your sandal grinds, a crusted droplet underfoot. It crackles like dead skin. Local guides swear this alcove stays cool, even at noon, the plaster mixed with crushed moonstone. That's manure, but the smooth chill against your knuckles does feel unnatural. Press your ear to the largest vessel. Hear anything, just the thump of your own pulse, echoing like a camel's lazy stride. Count the jars if you dare, but stop at 23. 24 causes double vision, according to that nun in Ankara who drank sacramental wine for breakfast. 23, it is each a still life in neglect. Their stoppers fossilized into crumbling cork, more fungus than wood now. Someone scratched marks into the alcove wall, hash lines grouped in fives, flanking a sun symbol, tallying arrivals, or tracking how many jars got pilfered by moonlight. One scholar's dissertation insists these marks chart Istanbul's bread prices in 1623. Tell that to the poor accountant who died carving them, quill callus still denting his middle finger. That acrid tang, not oil gone rancid, something sharper. Storax resin used to patch leaks, its medicinal bite clinging centuries later. A Phrygian caravan manifesto lists storax as rat deterrent, though the rat skeletons under jar 11 suggest limited success. Your pinky lifts a pottery shard from dust, edges rounded by time. It fits nowhere, this orphaned curve of kiln-fired earth. Maybe the last remnant of jar 24, shattered by a guard's drunken stagger in 1704. If you trust ledgers stained with date syrup, moonlight sneaks through a high slit, white fingers prodding the largest vessel's shoulder. Its glaze winks back, mica flecks flashing false gold. Caravanserai regulations demanded honest measures, but clever merchants lined jars with reflective grit. Customers saw fuller, dazzled by their own greed. Wipe grime from the smallest jar's base. Feel those grooves. A potter's signature, 3 crescents, and a darting fish. Same mark appears on coffee cups in a Bursa museum, where sleepy academics mislabeled it as early Islamic comet. Your elbow brushes another jar, releasing a hollow moan from its depths. Sound swirls inside, bouncing off empty walls, until it resembles a swallowed whistle. Perfect mimicry of your stomach at day 17 of lentil rations. Footsteps approach, then pause. Outside the alcove, a guard's shadow stretches across the threshold, waist cinched by a belt, hung with jangling keys. He mutters about fools tickling oil ghosts, scratching his groin, before retreating toward the scent of baking bread. Press your thumb into the thickest dust layer coating jar 8. It parts like powdered sugar, revealing a crescent gouge in the clay. Arrow strike. Angry lover's dagger. No, just the spot where a mule handler's nail left its rage. Personal space wasn't a priority when caravans squeezed 300 men into a courtyard meant for 200. Sunlight finally breaches the alcove, stinging your eyes with sudden gold. Dawn exposes every crack in these tired sentinels. That long fissure snaking up jar 15, inventoried in 1632 as minor flaw, still holds liquid. Some accountant's optimism now preserved under spiderwebs. Light hits the jar's bellies, revealing a truth shadows hid. Not black, not brown, but 100 shades between. The color of olives, forgotten, on the branch of rust, bleeding through damp leather of tea, steeped too long in a tin cup. One vessel near the back drips, slow, patient, feeding a dark bloom on the floor, not oil, water seeping from a crack in the plaster behind. It blooms outward, a map of some delta, imagined in lichen green. You inhale deep, trying to catch Storax's ghost, but smell only your own sweat. Dawn's heat melts ancient scents, leaving only sun-baked clay and regret. Shadows retreat, and with them, the illusion that these jars hold anything but time. When you step back, the alcove exhales, dust resettling over thumbprints and tallies. Somewhere beyond the gate, a donkey brays, announcing a trader eager to refill what emptiness he can. You trace the cold stone where talons once gripped, the perch polished smooth by 1,000 restless shifts. Leather straps dangle like dead vines, their braided ends whispering secrets only falconers translate. Royal hunting birds used to winter here fed choice cuts, while merchants slept below their rustling wings. That middle jess shows teeth marks, razor-fine punctures in the calfskin. Probing fingers freeze. Maybe you recognize the pattern, those distinctive splits from an eagle owl's beak guzzle, the one-eyed who bit 3 handlers. Historians still argue whether Caravanserai falcons hunted desert game or just flaunted wealth like mobile jewels. A draft snakes through arrow slits, stirring the straps into a slow dance. Their buckles click, tinny, weak against the stone. Your neck cranes upward, following phantom wing beats to the ceiling's smoke-stained rafters. No droppings crust the wood, cleaned meticulously, or never used at all. At your feet, a single cobalt feather wedged between cobbles. Too small for a hunting falcon, more likely a merlin, barely weightier than a sparrow. Lift it, watch the veins split under breath, just like that apprentice's failed lure in Kayseri last spring. Sun-warmed stone under your palm, so different from the alcove jar's chill. This ledge drinks daylight, storing heat, like a dutiful pupil of the desert. Until dusk, anyway, when frost would enamel the leathers, stiffening them into claw-shaped twigs, lean against the parapet, scanning horizons where dunes blur into haze. Caravanserai records mention messenger pigeons, but never falcons, leaving room for speculation. Local elders whisper of midnight releases, birds carrying silk-wrapped pleas for military aid, faithful enough to return through sandstorms. Your thumb rubs the perch's eastern edge, finding 8 shallow grooves, training notches, 1 per bird, or stress fractures from recurring sieges. That blunderbuss misfire in 1821 sprinkled the courtyard with shrapnel. Some probably kissed this stone between strap strands, grit shivers in the wind, each particle humming a version of gone. You know better than to whistle empty perches, forbid false calls, but your lips purse anyway, soundless. No answering cry shreds the sky, just a donkey's complaint from the stables. One just sags more than others, its buckle tarnished black-green. Copper, probably feverishly polished before important guests. Suleiman, the ostrich, they called him, a magistrate who wore feather-trimmed robes and wept at molting season. Boot scuffs patterned the flagstones below, a tight circle of restless pacing. Routine wore that path, handlers circling, while birds mantled on arms, hungry eyes tracking the courtyard sparrows. Unwritten rule, never name what you might eat. Blink for a moment, you see it. A shadow pooling where sunlight hits the wall, wings spread in textbook stoop position, 80 miles per hour of feathered fury. Then dust motes rearrange, erasing the illusion like breath fog on glass. Someone oiled these straps 3 moons ago, almond scent lingering under leather musk. Good craftsmanship, 8-plate braid, though the Turk's head not looks clumsy. Your fingertip finds the fumble, a crossover missed, then forced bulging like a broken knuckle. Step back, viewing the perch full on. That chipped corner. Ottoman records blame a drunken Hungarian's saddle swung too wide during an incident involving fermented mare's milk. True, probably not, but it makes better telling than mortar erosion. Shadows stretch, lengthening the dangling straps into spindly giants. Each knot throws warped shapes, a bestiary writhing on sun-baked stone. That one resembles a scorpion, that a coiled viper waiting to strike the falconer's returning heel. Westward, a smudge of movement pierces the haze. Not wings, just a dust devil spiraling over dead scrub, twirling like a dervish robbed of purpose. It collapses, as they always do, into nothing. The feather escapes your grip, tumbling into a crevice between stones. Gone, joining down from pigeons, snake skins, and beetle wings in the Caravanserai's silent archive. Future archaeologists will catalog them, calling it ritual debris, missing the boredom that dropped them. Evening wind plucks at your collar, summoning gooseflesh. Temperature drops fast here, 40 degrees between sun high and moonrise. Should have kept that striped goat hair blanket from the guest room. But nostalgia makes poor insulation. An itch crawls up your nape, unseen, unheard, but felt deep in the bone. You spin, half expecting amber eyes, hooked beak regal anger at your intrusion. Only shadows greet you, thickening now, merging into one hungry dark. Distant cries finally reach you faint as thread snaps somewhere beyond these walls. High, keen, impossible to tell predator from prey. Just the desert's oldest song played on bone whistles. Turn away. Glue stings your palm, left by some long-gone bird's wound dressing, still stubborn as regret on sun-baked stone. 50 nights must pass before rain scours it clean. You uncurl your fist, releasing pressure you didn't know you held. Air floods back, carrying juniper smoke from the courtyard's waking fires. Behind leather straps resume their lonely sway, counting beats until wings return. Your boots falter under the archway's curve, as if the stone itself resists each step. Breath echoes, louder than expected, bouncing off centuries-old acoustics designed to amplify warnings. Caravanserai architects shaped these vaults like ear canals, the better to hear bandit hoofbeats miles off. A drip hits your collar cold, startling as a sniper's missed shot. Up there, a crack in the keystone weeps condensed night air. Seljuk builders mixed egg whites into mortar, but even protein glue succumbs to frost's blunt teeth. Lean closer, whisper Silk Road, the word fragments, syllables fraying into hisses and hums, as if ghosts argue over its meaning. Throw a modern word, Bitcoin, and the archway chokes, silent as offended royalty. Historians still debate whether these sound traps were clever engineering or just happy accidents of bad geometry. 3 steps left, your shadow becomes a puppet. Torchlight stretches it up the wall, all spindly limbs and wavering head. You could high-five your own silhouette if either of you had the energy. Tongue a desert pebble now, but swallowing feels rude somehow. Like interrupting the sleep of Byzantines, Crimean merchants, Syrian spice hawkers, all who groaned under this curve. Their breath still stains the bricks, each exhalation adding to the salt crust. Run a nail along the plaster. It flakes, revealing layers like tree rings, pink Roman-era limewash under Ottoman teal. One patch shows faded red zigzags, Mesopotamian good luck symbols, scratched by a homesick trader during some plague quarantine. Push harder, your palm flat against the wall. The stone pushes back, not physically, but through memory. A century of pack animals have leaned here, their sweat and urgency seeping into the pores. Bactrian camels left wool tufts, still wedged in crevices like fossilized clouds. Breathe deep through the nose this time. Cinnamon, no, the tang of oxidized iron from door hinges, plus generations of dust fermented into library musk. Underneath, a ghost of cardamom, the last caravan's spilled cargo grudgingly fading. Look up, and the ceiling spins. Brickwork spirals to a central hole, a cosmic drain pretending to be decorative. Night winks through, their friends call it star viewing. But you know better. When Turks raided garrison archers shot downward from that murder hole hum 5 notes. The archway answers with 7, adding 2 of its own. That's no echo, it's acoustics drunk on geometry. Lean left, the pitch rises, shift right, it drops, as if the stones yawn. 3 coins lie near your boot, green as gangrene. Ottoman piasters, judging by the Sultan's blurred turban discarded during some hasty toll payment. Locals whisper arches, swallow, loose change, spitting it back out during renovations. Scuff your heel, grating noise torn between a hiss and a gasp. Perfect reenactment of a 14th century mule's death rattle. Or so claims Tariq, recovering archaeologist, 6 beers deep at the Anatolia Inn. A chill walks your spine, not supernatural, just the north-south draft, all Caravanserai Arches channel. Arab scholars called it the dragon's sigh, believing night winds see a R-R-I-E-D, Chinese letter dragons, snoring from nearby caves. Count the brick layers, 18 before the arch begins its curve. Clever work each row, stepping back fractionally. The math, so precise masons, probably cursed alla daily. 3 finger widths between every 4th brick, expansion gaps. But your brain insists they're arrow slots. Suddenly, the urge to shout. Not words, just noise, to test centuries of built-up patience. You don't. Somewhere a dreamer would jerk awake, confused by foreshadowing sand source. Kneel, touch the threshold stone. Deep grooves stripe its surface, countless travelers tripping over the same lip. One dip resembles a laughing face, 2 pits for eyes, a scooped mouth. Accident or bored garrison guard with chisel skills. Close your eyes. Sound magnifies, but reshapes itself. Your pulse, now galloping hooves, a dripping distant stall, now interrogation water torture. Wind in arrow slits, ghosts hissing gossip about your locked merchant's chest. Remember that dyed indigo linen from section 22. Its dye vats, breathed near here, their earthy reek seeping into these stones. One heavy inhalation proves it. Your tongue tastes purple for 3 full blinks. Shuffle sideways, testing wall conductivity. Right side carries stable sounds. Left transmits the snoring guard from section 7. Why? Your guess involves camel piss, erosion weakening limestone strata. 20 steps in the archway narrows, shoulders nearly brushing stone. Guides called this the squeeze, where porters scraped skin, unloading overweight camel loads. Bet someone lost a turban here wedged, then abandoned, like a silk surrender flag. Another drip bullseyes your scalp. Twitch reaction sends coins flying, their clatter multiplying into cymbal crashes. Now awake, 3 towns over, a cat arches its back, hissing at unseen menace. Lamplight ahead gutters, casting wobbling giants on the walls. Your head hits a low-hanging lamp chain, its bronze links caked in solidified mutton fat. Skip dinner, appetite officially murdered. Blink, and the far exit seems to retreat. Persistence of desert vision tricks, arches to that mocking human impatience. Walk faster, walls press closer, stones exhaling stored warmth like drowsy predators. Left palm skims the surface, reading textures like braille. Here, smooth water damage. There, pocks from Mongol spear tips. Touch becomes time travel without the messy plague exposure. Pause, listen past your own noise. Somewhere cloth tears. Guessing vault nine's moth army feasting on locked up silk, or just your sleeve catching on rough brick teeth. Finally, the archway's throat opens, releasing you into the next courtyard. One last echo follows, your relieved sigh bouncing back as a stranger's gasp. Now, part of the Caravanserai's sonic tapestry, you stumble into a room heavy with humidity. The air clings like wet wool. Blue shadows ripple up plaster walls, cast by vats taller than your head. Indigo baths simmer, not with heat, but the slow fermentation of 10,000 crushed leaves originating in distant India. This dye once cost more than saffron, its secrets guarded tighter than Ottoman treasury records. Breathe in mistake. Your sinuses flare, ammonia-laced undertones punch upward. It's not just plants rotting here. Workers once added stale urine to fix colors, a fact modern historians scrub from polite textbooks. Try not to picture 13th century dyers juggling their own ingredient collection before breakfast. Crouch beside the nearest vat. Liquid obsidian swirls below, so dense starlight drowns in it. Dip one finger, the cold shocks, staining skin violet instantly. Under midnight's gaze, it looks like poison, like wealth, like magic distilled. Fold back a linen corner peeking from the depths. Submerged fabric breathes, slowly saturated threads, drinking blue for hours. 6 turns needed, they say, between dunking and airing. Each oxidation deepens the shade from dawn sky to abyssal trench. Your knuckle bumps sediment at the vat's bottom. Years of sludge cake there, a graveyard of failed batches and overstirred pots. Touch it, and history sticks under your nail, gritty paste, holding whispers of apprentices who fainted from fumes. Follow the rope lines overhead. Draped yarns hang motionless, overdyed wool nursing its bruises after endless dippings. One skein sags lower, weeping droplets that tattoo the floor. Tar-black puddles map where dyers paste their sandals, sucking at stone. Reach for a copper-stirring pole. Its handle gleams, worn smooth by desperate grips during thunderstorm panics. Lightning made vats breathe wrong, or so superstitious workers claimed. Truth was static, attracting lint, ruining whole batches with stray threads. Kneel beside drying racks. Stretched linens stiffen in night air, their once limp fibers armoring into cobalt. Press an ear to the cloth, fibers creak, barely audible, contracting as they cure. Some swear finished bolts whisper, when moved, the ghosts of frustrated artisans cursing uneven hues. Find the master dyer's stool, oak warped from decades of shifting weight. Sit, feel the grooves worn by generations of impatient hip bones. The seat still radiates residual warmth, impossible, yet undeniable. a haunted toaster of craftsmanship. Open the die ledger beside you. Moonlight bleaches its pages, revealing smudged columns, recording matter root and lie ratios. Here, a wine stain blots out Wednesday's notes. Historians still bicker whether vintners spike Dyer's drinks, or if exhaustion made hands shake. Handle a faded test, swatch pinned to the ledger. Folds protect its center, exposing only sun-ravaged edges. What began as royal purple faded to sickly lilac. Time mocks all hubris, even color-fast ones peer into the waste basin. A skim of metallic rainbows floats atop gray water, discarded iron mordant and alum. This kill jars flies dead, yet somehow sustains moss clinging to the drain. Life persists, even in poison, a fact tavern philosophers slur nightly. Unfold a half-dyed tunic, abandoned mid-process. One sleeve drowns in blue, the other bleached pale as bone. The line between them wavers like a coastline eroded by some indigo tide. Pull back a corner of burlap, shielding a fresh vat. White cloth bundles huddle underwater, their surfaces bubbling faintly. They resemble submerged corpses, shrouded and patient, but you shake off the thought. Run a palm over lumpy, dry clay seals. Each stopper bears thumbprints, some child-sized, from helpers pressing lids against escaping fumes. One print looks fresh, damp clay resisting your touch, though no workers stirred for hours. Step on a warped floorboard. It groans, triggering echoes from the vats, a chorus of liquid shudders. For 3 breaths, the room vibrates, dye quaking like gelatin dessert at a drunkard's feast. Spot a cat's paw print in the dust, violet from rooftop wanderings. Stray everywhere, these furry alchemists, staining pillows from Cognac to Constantinople with illegal naps. Taste metal. Yes, the air etches your tongue, electrified by evaporating solvents. Spit, watch saliva sink into thirsty stone, leaving no trace. Unwind a skein left drying too long. Threads snap, brittle from over-oxidation, spiraling down like sapphire spider silk. The dyers who wept over such ruins, you hope, now haunt perfumers' shops out of spite. Lift a stone weight shaped like a loaf. Its underside hides minerals, flecks of pyrite glinting despite years submerged. Workers called them dragon scales, believing copper ores hatched from mythical beasts nearby. Trace a crumbling fresco above the doorway. Flaking paint shows women beating cloth on river stones, their faces worn to ghost smudges. Cleopatra's own robes, they say, passed through such vats, stained imperial hues, while Romans squabbled over republics. Knock your hip against a shelf, setting clay mugs trembling. One topples, shattering into pieces too blue for realism. Shards could pass for lapis lazuli, fooling hungry-eyed treasure hunters at dawn markets. Press stained fingertips to the wall. They leave smears like crushed violets, a vandal's signature fading even as you watch. Tomorrow's workers will curse you, scrubbing their own history away before breakfast. Exhale long and slow, fogging the nearest vat's surface. For an instant, you see your reflection, distorted and azure, a waterlogged stranger blinking up through drowned centuries. The indigo baths exhale, releasing Earth's oldest breath as linen deepens toward the color of forgotten twilight. Grit tickles your ankles first, a dry whisper along the foundation stones. You crouch, fingertips brushing sand, caught mid-creep, each grain still warm from yesterday's sun. The desert exhales nightly, its breath burying thresholds one sigh at a time. Press your palm flat to the gate's lower beam. Splintered wood rasps against skin memory of countless arrivals, scraping off travel dust here. Caravans once paid tolls in peppercorns, spilled ones still sprout in spring, tiny rebellions against stone and shade. Tilt your head, wind sculpts miniature dunes against iron straps, their curves mirroring distant hills beyond the walls. 34 paces east, historians found a Roman mile marker, half swallowed by relentless drift. Trade roads shift, like snakes shedding skin, yet merchants always return. A grain finds your eyelash, blinking, doesn't dislodge it. Tears well, flushing the intruder down your cheek in a salty streak. Some desert tribes read omens in such trails, claiming left-face tracks predict storms. Tonight, the path points nowhere, drying too fast to matter. Kick lightly. Sand avalanches from a cracked tile above, hissing like a displeased cat. Cleopatra's lost emerald is down there somewhere, or so drunk traders swear between ouzo rounds. More likely, it's just quartz glinting false promises, but hope fuels half the Silk Road. Step back. Moonlight etches the gate's shadow, stretching it toward the inner courtyard, black fingers grasping at resting stones. Astronomers charted comet paths from this spot, their calculations scratched on plaster, now dust-coated and faint. Scoop a handful of grit. Let it drain through your fist, counting seconds until your palm empties. Workers mixed this sand with egg whites once, patching walls between monsoon seasons. Craftsmanship flavored with desperation, like most human endeavors. Spot a beetle struggling upside down, legs cycling air. Flip it gently, watch the armored fool dive bomb back into darkness. 6 similar shells lie nearby, empty and light as regrets, their inhabitants claimed by thirst or hungry bats. Touch the hinges. Metal flakes under your nails, oxide red, betraying centuries of unnoticed decay. Salt air from vanished seas lingers here, rusting ambition one molecule at a time. Fun fact: Byzantine engineers boiled leather in vinegar, believing it strengthened iron against such rot. Listen closely. Sand murmurs against wood, its voice shifting between S and SH sounds, an unstable language. Acoustic engineers would kill to replicate that tone, all fricatives and soft attrition. You get it free with every night wind ticket. Lean your shoulder to the gate. It holds firm, defiant against nothing, while grains patter its base like rain. Historians still argue Why some caravanserais fell faster, bad mortar, lazy sentries, or deserts simply hungrier in certain regions. Track a single grain's journey. It bounces, hops, rolls, finally lodging in a spider's abandoned web. Silk trembles, but holds, proving some things outlast empires. That spider dined on moths fed by royal tapestry. Wool once circle of life, desert edition. Drag your heel sideways. The scar you carve fills in instantly, wind's invisible broom, smoothing all disturbances. Try graffiti. It laughs at you, erasing names before dawn's first scribe arrives. Find a pottery shard jutting from the drift. Turn it over, relic of a rice bowl or honey jar, now anonymous as its last user. Thermoluminescence could date it, but you lack a lab. And honestly, the mystery tastes sweeter. Press your ear to the gate's keyhole. Distant dunes sigh, their voices funneled through wrought iron like forgotten songs. Melodies for shifting landscapes, anthems of temporary roads. You shiver despite the day's lingering heat. Pinch sand between thumb and forefinger. Rub, feel the uneven grind. Some grains volcanic glass, others quartz tourist stowaways from mountain eruptions centuries past. Geologists lick samples to identify minerals. Don't try that here, unless you enjoy tongue exfoliation. Notice star reflections on particularly slick grains. They wink, mimicking constellations above, microcosms trapped in silica. Persian poets wrote couplets about such phenomena, then forgot them during opium naps. The desert remembers anyway. Step on a ridge. It collapses, triggering a mini landslide that buries your toes. Extraction takes 7 tugs, your boot sucking free with a vulgar pop. Mud would have been louder, but sand prefers passive-aggressive retreats. Spot a line of ants crossing the drift. They flow like black ink, avoiding dunes through instinct or ancient maps. Their prize, a crushed date dropped by some nocturnal creature, proving even wastelands have catered events. Exhale sharply. Sand puffs upward, hanging in air like ochre mist before gravity claims it again. Camels evolved extra eyelashes for this nonsense. You just get temporary grit teeth, evolutions, mixed blessings. Count heartbeats between wind gusts. 392. The desert breathes arrhythmia tonight. Your hair stirs, lifting slightly, as if gravity's grip weakens here at the world's stony edge. Gather a palmful of sand near the gate's base. Sift, finding a brass button green with corrosion. Some smuggler's coat lost it. Or drunk merchant buttons tell no tailies after their threads rot. Rest your forehead against sun-warmed wood. Grain patterns swim before your eyes, whorls becoming dunes, becoming waves, becoming grain again. Hypnotic, or maybe you're just sleep-deprived. Caravanserai midnight does that. Kneel, dig a shallow hole just because. Wind fills it before you stand, erasing effort without judgment. A metaphor, or just physics, depends on your caffeine levels. Unearth a sheep knucklebone polished by grit into ivory smoothness. Shepherds used these for dice games, cheaper than gambling with silver. Toss it, watch it vanish mid-arc, swallowed by the desert's appetite for toys. Trace the iron strap's edge. Your finger comes away, red-rusted, the color of old blood or older earth. Tomorrow's gatekeeper will scrub this, adding his sweat to the patina, layers upon layers of human touch. Hold utterly still. Sand grains ping your sleeves. Sound amplifier, once attached a stethoscope, here heard the stones. Slow, crackling complaints. Geology's gossip, best overheard in total dark. The eastern sky pales, not yet dawn, just night considering retirement. Sand glows blue for 3 breaths, then gray, then beige again. Earth, remembering its daytime uniform, step back, leaving the whispering gate, its foundations already half submerged, dreaming of full burial. You turn, carrying dust in your seams, another grain added to the desert's patient conquest. Moonlight stripes the kitchen threshold. Stepping over it, you leave desert grit for basil dust and old smoke. Your shadow falls across a curved knife, sheathed beside wilted parsley, its edge dull with fatigue. Garlic skins curl on the whetstone like parchment prayers, scent sharp enough to pierce drowsy thoughts. Someone cleaved onions here, their ghost makes your eyes sting hours later. A clay jug spills sesame seeds, each one paused mid-escape, as if frozen by night's decree. Rats could feast, yet none dare. Superstition claims Caravanserai kitchen's house, jinn who guard paprika. Touch the blade's handle. Carved bone fits your grip, worn smooth by hands wider than yours. Byzantine cooks prized balanced blades, used separate knives for herbs and flesh. Hygiene before germ theory. Yawning apprentices still argue if that prevented fevers or just wasted good steel. Nudge a copper pot with your boot. It tilts, revealing congealed lamb fat, white swirls hardening into topography. Hungry guards might scraped it clean at sundown, but nighttime suspends culinary obligations. Everything awaits dawn's reheating magic. Crumpled dried mint between palms. The crinkle echoes, too loud in this muffled world. 3 ceramic jars bear Arabic labels. Only the cracked one tempts curiosity. Inside, blackened honey, presumed immortal, clings to its sides like molasses armor. Follow a grease trail. It leads to a brick oven, its mouth exhaling residual heat. No flames, just glowworms of ember buried in ash. You crouch, warming your hands vigil style. Historians still debate medieval roast times, meat journals weren't a scribe's priority, unless counts invaded. Spot a lump under burlap. Lift the cloth, revealing dough pillows, rising slower than empires. Yeast works its nightly alchemy, expanding blisters promise tomorrow's bread. One deflates under your poking finger, guilt follows, along with the urge to blame mice. Examine the hearth broom. Its twigs splay wide, too worn to sweep properly, yet leaned against the wall with dignity. Cleaning crews favored charred broomcorn in Constantinople, cheaper than horsehair, less prone to sparking. or so palace scrolls claim. Trace a finger through wheat flour dust. The powder coats your skin, mill-fine, stone-ground, medicinal, if you believe certain herbals. Folk healers prescribed flour poultices, sometimes with garlic paste. Hippocrates would weep. But hey, it stung less than leeches. Find a carrot stub, oddly orange against gray flagstones, a crescent moon carved by hasty blades. Rabbits never reached kitchens here. Guards ate them first, snared near the stables. Meant cooks relied on onions for sweetness. Knock over a salt cellar. Crystals scatter like miniature diamonds. A crime in any era. Wars were fought over lesser spills. Mamluk sultans supposedly paid soldiers with salt, sometimes taxable, and hard to counterfeit. Your mess, probably just Anger's Dawn's scullery maid. Peek inside a mortar. Pestle lodged in time's sludge, green grit crusting the bowl's curves. Someone abandoned tonight's sauce might have expired last Tuesday, judging by the fuzzy halo growing at the edges. Step on a chickpea. It rockets sideways, ricocheting off a jug. Plink. The percussion of culinary neglect. Pulse-based meals sustained traders halfway to Samarkand. Those side effects included legendary flatulence. Desert winds were merciful, lean against the chopping block. Wood grain presses into your hip, cross-hatched scars from years of blade strikes. Oak might fossilize soon, each cleaver blow compressing it toward stone. Just add a millennium or 7. Inhale hanging herbs. Dried oregano, commonly used to mask mutton's gaminess. Your nose wrinkled spices stronger than daylight, pungent enough to wake the beardless apprentice snoring in the larder. Spot a spoon wedged between bricks. Craftsmen cast it from low-grade silver, curved shallow, for skimming olive oil's impurities. Fatigued cooks could dunk their wrists in cool oil. A niche Byzantine spa treatment. Historians found records, no testimonials. Uncover a knife notch in the wall. Chipped at shoulder height, some furious chef's missed swing embarrassment, immortalized in plaster. He likely blamed distraction. Perhaps a donkey braid or spices made him sneeze mid-chop. Circumstance forgives all kitchen sins. Count hanging copper pans. 11 varying sizes, the smallest perfect for frying single eggs. But metal thieves favored such kitchens. Vessels melted into arrowheads or coins. You wonder what these survived. Catch your sleeve on a meat hook. Cold iron snags wool your yank sends a clatter through the still air. Stillness returns, amplifying your pulse, loud as a drummer's apprentice on payday. Grip a ladle handle. The wood feels clammy, soup residue likely. You regret the impulse immediately. Wipe it on your tunic. The stain blends right in desert beige. Mutton's gift that keeps giving. Notice mouse droppings, studding the floor like tiny obsidian beads, maps of nocturnal scavenger routes. Cats prowl elsewhere tonight. Your boot smudges one into oblivion. Nature's cycle leaves clean-up duties to clumsy humans. Taste the air. Garlic dominates. A kingdom of reek. but ginger ghosts linger near the spice sacks. Caravan masters traded rhizomes like jewels, their intact fingers proof they avoided moldy batches. Toxic ones could rot limbs, kneel by the water jug. Clay sweats coolness, condensation beads along its belly. You skim a finger across the damp curve. Local well water tasted faintly of almonds, calcium deposits, safe, but puzzling travelers gulped it anyway. Pluck a date pit from a bowl, slick with someone's saliva, tossed aside after the flesh was gnawed off, discourteous, but common. Wars started over how such pits belonged to host or guest. Eastern Roman legal codes got oddly specific. Open the spice chest, peppercorns skitter, escapees fleeing the abyss, all scent and heat. They outvalued gold once, literal currency. Holy men called it devil's temptation, ate it anyway sprinkled on boiled goose. Slide the knife from its sheath, steel whispers a sleepy protest, showcasing nicks along its spine. Damascus blades frayed less, but this workhorse endured, honorably dull from dicing onions and deboning grudges. Balance it on your palm, hilt outweighs blade, the equilibrium of practicality, weighted for forceful chops. Test its heft, pretend to julienne an invisible turnip, imagination, flavors better anyway, 0 prep time. Sheath it again, the click echoes like a falling coin, too loud in a room, hushed by fermentation and rest. Tomorrow, this blade dices lamb, scrapes scales, opens stubborn sacks, sleep is its only vacation. Morning seeps under the door gray threads, unraveling night's tapestry. The knife lies dormant, ready to resume its symphony of slices. A conductor awaiting the orchestra's return. You shuffle into the stable's velvet gloom, boots sinking into straw, still warm from daytime bodies. Dust motes drift through lantern beams, floating like flecks of topaz in suspended animation. The air hangs thick, sweet rot hay mingling with leather oils, and paternal musk of resting beasts. One donkey anchors the shadows, his ribs rising with oceanic slowness. Flecked lashes brush dusty cheeks, blink, weighted by exhaustion's leaden currency. A velvety ear twitches, chasing phantom flies born from dream winds. Every shudder syncs with your own breath, strange communion between witness and witnessed. Approach the wooden stall. Its gate hinges sing betrayal, a rusty creak, yet the donkey barely flinches. He's heard worse, daytime shouts of caravan masters, wooden carts groaning under indigo bundles, the symphonic miseries of labor. Notice his hooves, cracked but serviceable, packed with mud from today's final trek. Roman manuals urged daily hoofpicking, prevents thrush, no chance for pampering in desert transit. This one endures, filing nails against rock when handlers forget. Touch his neck, coarse fur bristles beneath your palm, guard hairs silvered by moonlight sneaking through roof slats. Sweat lines map saddle-less paths, salt trails on a caramel topography. You wonder, what does he dream? Feed sacks bursting open, cool streams hidden beneath dunes, maybe reunions with long-dead foals, or just endless carrot specters dangling just beyond reach. Mesopotamians buried donkeys with golden bridles, believed they carried souls to underworld markets, extravagant waste for creatures living off thistles. His nostrils flare, snorting at some unconscious intruder, then stills. A huff escapes, symphony of resignation. Nocturnal drama plays out behind closed lids, parched deserts crossed at agonizing pace. Lean against the trough, half full of brackish water. A horse had sipped earlier, leaving swirling galaxies of algae. Byzantine traders preferred mules actually, more stamina. But good breeders lived north, in Anatolian highlands. Donkeys handled the raw deal here, shorter trips, heavier packs, half rations at rest stops. Watch his tail flick. Once, twice, brush off ghosts of flies that tormented him at noon. Obsidian flies, remorseless tyrants of daylight gone now. Their absence feels sacred, like silence after temple bells fade. Historians still argue whether donkeys truly suffer heat more than horses. Ancient texts disagree. Modern scholars measure sweat rates under simulated sun. Tonight, such debates seem laughable. This creature's peace transcends academic squabbles. Crouch by his hind legs. Tendons ripple even in sleep, twitches from phantom loads. Donkeys haul 3/10 their weight. This one pulled saffron bales from Hormuz, stoic through sandstorm symphonies. A tiny scar mars his shoulder, memento from a leopard ambush outside Shiraz. He'd kicked with freak precision, sent the cat yowling, gained legend status among drivers. Now the scar fades, lost in fur, heroism forgotten like caravan routes buried under dunes. Smell his exhales, sweet with half-digested oats, acrid with caked dust in nasal passages. Maybe mold lurks in tonight's feed, some sloppy groomer cutting costs. But gut microbes wage silent wars now. Step back, view him whole, all angles and muted glory, ears slack, legs locked in standing slumber. Equines rest best upright. He elevates practicality to somnambulist art. Another watchful beast stirs nearby. A Thessalian mare stamps, then resumes her own descent down night's rabbit hole. Stable harmony holds, snorts and foot shifts syncopated. You imagine his pulse. Slow as caravans climbing mountain passes, no rush, decades of survival baked into each languid thump. Farmers claimed donkey blood cured epilepsy, fringe quackery, but desperate parents paid well for the lie. Check his eyelids again. Thin membranes part briefly, show crescent glimpses of obsidian iris before clamping shut. He's chasing moonlit phantoms or sinking into true nothingness. Gaze wanders to his tack. Rope halter hangs crooked, one frayed strand ready to snap tomorrow. Menders will jury-rig repairs, always patching, never replacing, until nothing remains of the original. Listen past his breathing. Camel groans echo from deeper stalls, alongside drunk merchants, snoring off raky fumes. One human hiccups, rhythmic, matching the drip-drip from a leaky water bucket. Dust drifts down again, each mote avoiding lantern light, or so it seems. Everything conspires toward stillness, silence, the donkey's ribcage, now your metronome. You recall something, a Macedonian general's donkey companion, supposedly led him to hidden springs during sieges, rewarded with barley cakes, while soldiers ate boiled leather. Fame didn't save it, died arrow-riddled during some forgotten beach landing. Reach for stray straws scattered underfoot. Some snapped clean, others chewed into pulp by bored molars. Gold light stripes their pale forms, crunching softly beneath your boots like miniature bones. When tomorrow comes, this donkey will re-enter servitude, plod through another cycle of loads and lashes. But now, for suspended hours, he navigates landscapes, unburdened. A bat flits through rafters, its leather wings whispering, "Disturb no sleepers here." Lantern oil dwindles, wick-starving atmosphere gathers closer, warmer, thicker. You almost envy him, the luxury of dream-born flies, simplicity of needs, untroubled by higher thought. Problems resolve with carrots, afflictions end with death. No existential dread between meals. Moon retreats, shadows deepen, stable walls exhale stored sunlight. The donkey shifts, sways, sighs through expanding nostrils. One hind leg relaxes, hoof easing lower, closer to sweet collapse. Still, he stands guardian of equine resilience, sentry to his own private twilight. Your knees protest, time to move. Let darkness reclaim its charges fully. Dust coats your tongue, spiced with dander, ethereal poetry to allergy sufferers. One last glance, his ears twitch clockwise, counter, compass needles, seeking oblivion's true north. You exit backwards, gaze lingering, threshold crossing, like reluctant spirit untethering. Hoof fall and breath song diminish, yet follow you into courtyard blackness, echoing afterimage, burned into the retina's night vault. You stumble upon it by accident, that flash of white against moonlit stone. Clinging to a windowsill's edge, a night blooming Sirius yawns, open petals trembling like raw silk in faint starlight. Its perfume hits you first, honeyed and heavy, cutting through wood smoke and donkey dung with absurd confidence. Lean closer. Each petal stretches translucent, veins mapping secret roots, edges fringed with rebellious curls. Ottoman gardens prized these flowers. Sultans paid absurd sums for blossoms timed to unfurl during midnight feasts. This one's a renegade sprouted between cracked mortar, defying Caravanserai gloom with botanical arrogance. Touch a stem. Gritty under your fingers, dust coats waxy skin, yet vitality thrums beneath. How many travelers missed this stubborn performance? Merchants tallying coins, scholars squinting at star charts, drivers cursing stubborn camels. Tonight, you're its sole audience. Notice the leaves, thick and leathery, hoarding daylight like misers, edges serrated as daggers. Defense against desert herbivores. Goats would massacre this delicate intruder given half a chance. but height protects it, this niche scooped from crumbling plaster. Breathe in again, floral sweetness undercut by earth, the musk of water-starved roots digging deep. Silly thing shouldn't thrive here. Pack animal urine steams nearby, torch smoke stains surrounding stones. Yet bloom it does, reckless optimist, flaunting fragility in a fortress built for brutality. Count the petals. 11, no 12, one, half unfurled like a sleepy eyelid. Moonlight etches their curves, shadows pooling in the throat's golden center. Pollen winks, dust-sized galaxies, awaiting moth couriers now hours overdue. There's history here. 16th century florists documented serious blooms lasting mere hours. Some sultans imprisoned gardeners if flowers dared wilt before sunrise. This wild one laughs at such pressures, blossoming on anarchic schedules, untamed by royal tantrums. A breeze stirs. Petals quiver, fragrance surges, then retreats like a teased lover. You track the scent's path. It braids with stale incense from some merchant's locked chest, curdles briefly near a moldering wool bale, then wins. Always wins. The window beneath holds secrets, plaster eroded by centuries of elbows. Kint, someone climbed here, nightly guarding this bloom. Imagined Seljuk, concubine stealing petals for love potions, fringe theory sure. But pamphleteers swore by their aphrodisiac power, unlikely. Yet who knows, desperation births odd beliefs. Flash to reality, behind the glassless frame, just empty darkness. Grain sacks maybe, or abandoned tools, the flowers backstage cluttered with mundane junk. Doesn't matter, the serious owns this proscenium. Its performance eclipses shadows. Reign of fantasy. Suppose you plucked it, tucked the blossom behind your ear like some decadent pasha. Petals would bruise brown by dawn, your scalp smeared with sacrificial sap, utter waste. Better to let it host its ephemeral ball, untouched by human hunger. Bats shriek overhead. Their chaos doesn't faze the flower, stillness incarnate. Roman naturalists claimed night blooms calmed agitated minds, prescribed viewing them to cure melancholic humors. Bunk, yet you feel your pulse slow regardless. Moon slips behind clouds. The Sirius dims, ghostly now, a lunar echo on stone. Historians still argue whether desert caravanserais cultivated these intentionally, or if seeds hitched rides in camel dung sprouted through happy accidents. Does it matter? Beauty needs no permits. Sniff your sleeve later, find scent clinging stubborn. Each thread imprinted with floral bragging, nature's flex against human transience, makes you smile. Tomorrow's march inherits the sweetness. Wind revives, petals lift in praise, stems straining toward blackness. A lost moth finally blunders by powdered wings, frantic dives head first into pollen feasts. Partnership sealed, evolution's efficient romance. Temperature drops. Flower tightens slightly, defensive curl against dawn's approach. Its time dwindles cell by cell, the process irreversible. You feel oddly protective, useless mammal instinct when this brief life needs no guardian. Footsteps clack on distant cobbles, guards making rounds, drunken trader stumbling bedward. The Sirius ignores them, held in its scent-drunk trance, unconcerned with human clocks. You envy that focus, staying present, while the Caravanserai groans toward morning. Touch the sill's warm stones. Daytime heat lingers here, trapped by clever masonry, nurturing roots against desert cold. Simple physics, yet feels like alchemy. Ancient architects understood microclimates before the word existed. Notice cracked clay beneath the plant. Some broken pot centuries past, shards repurposed as accidental planters. Life hijacking human debris, pretty allegory for persistence. Lean your forehead against stone. Flower level with your eyes now equals sharing this slice of night. You think of viral memes, how this Sirius would dominate Instagram. #blessed. Absurd, delete the thought. Some moments resist digitization. The moth departs legs yellow dusted, off to fertilize its next conquest. Flower shivers in its wake, petals folding infinitesimally, tiny, retreat from expended effort. All this labor just to pass genetic memos along. Clouds thin, moon reemerges, silver spotlight renewed. The Sirius preens under attention, radiance doubled by dew tears gathering in its heart. Poets would weep, merchants might appraise. You simply witness. Count time by scent waves. Each breeze rolls perfume stronger, then fades, like tides of some invisible sea. Your lungs sink greedily, oxygen now secondary to floral intoxication. Behind walls, donkeys bray. Flower doesn't flinch, deaf to all but night's soundtrack. Bees sleep their shift over, so moths and bats become its awkward suitors. Check the horizon, no blush of dawn yet. Good. The Sirius still commands darkness, its reign uninterrupted. Historians called such blooms moon brides, pretty metaphor, overshadowing gritty biology. Your knees protest, floors colder now, but moving breaks the spell. Stay. Flower's silent sermon needs no pulpit, just patience. Rain memory, that one delirious downpour 3 nights past. This plant must, gulped, every drop roots engorged, swelling buds, like time-lapse cinema, now repaying the sky's loan with reckless beauty. Anticipate the end. Already petals slacken at tips, edges browning like parchment near candle flames. Nothing stops entropy, not even moonflowers drunk on their own perfume. Breeze shifts, carrying kitchen odors, charred lamb fat, yeast, threatening to dethrone the scent. But no, the Sirius retaliates, doubling its aromatic output. Botanical warfare fought with molecules. Suddenly, you understand the hype. Would besiege cities for this fragrance. Quiet kings for cuttings, curse rivals who trampled accidental gardens. Glad carnations dominate modern florists, spares humanity such floral blood feuds. Chill deepens, flower curls tighter, sentinels its core warmth, petals becoming makeshift cloaks. You remember desert nights murder tender plants, yet this one endures for now. A distant rooster lies, claiming dawn unfair. Flower hears, but disobeys, stubbornly prolonging bloom while stars permit. Rebel against avian timekeepers. Exhaustion weighs your eyelids. The serious blurs, double image last night's nerves fraying. Still it anchors you, this punch-drunk botanic miracle, persisting where logic insists it shouldn't. Finally, dawn's first treason, indigo bleeds at eastern edges. The flower feels it, tenses whole, perfume spiking frantic, one final aromatic psalm. You inhale its swan song, hold lungfuls like stolen gold. Moments left, perhaps 7 minutes, before light triggers retreat. Guard this memory, carry it into glare-plagued daylight. Sun's advance guard crests walls, petals recoil, stunning white dimming to wounded pink edges crisping like singed lace. Life flees upwards, retreating into stem and root, abandoning loveliness to predation. Turn away before it's done. Let privacy cloak the flower's retreat. Your exit feels ceremonial, secret shared, then sealed, while desert groans toward another scorched day. Fragrance trails you, haunts sleeves and hair, souvenir of night's soft throat. Caravanserai stirs, bells clank, men shout, but some sweetness survives amid waking grit. The gleam stops you, incongruous pearl moon against worn granite. You crouch, one knee grinding into grit, and find a tiny button winking under stars. Mother of pearl, no bigger than a thumbnail, etched with faint concentric rings like moon craters. One frayed thread still clings to its edge, black silk against ivory, tugged loose by force or accident. Drapery buttons like this crowned children's tunics during Seljuk dynasties. Proof parents could afford non-essential shimmer. This one fell near the well's mossy lip, safe from boot heels, thanks to a cobble's shadow. Reach, but don't touch. Let it keep its mystery. Who last fastened this? Some merchant's daughter racing between caravans. Servant, boy dodging chores. Maybe even a prince incognito. Ottoman records describe lost buttons, inciting palace-wide searches. Nurses interrogated, mosaic floors pried up. You bet this one's absence sparked tears. Wind flips it slightly. The thread dances, auditioning as some phantom's whip before settling. Romany traders swore buttons could trap souls if sewn crooked, hence their keep safe embroidery patterns. Superstition, yet your finger hesitates. A distant drip, drip, drip answers from the well. Button's convex surface warps your reflection, giant cyclops peering down. You grin, catching your own eye warped by history's debris before the moon shifts. Closer now. That thread isn't silk, just cheap linen dyed midnight black, fibers already fraying under desert dryness. The button, though genuine nacre, harvested from Red Sea mollusks, whose shells once bankrolled sultanates. Historians still debate whether artisans drilled them with bowstrings or early pump drills, tools lost like owner names. Something glints within the pearlescent layers. Rotated, oh, a fossilized fleck may be coral or fish scale, trapped mid-shimmer eons before this child's coat existed. Life layered upon life, all pressing against the present. Snag your sleeve on a well chain. Jagged iron, textured rebellion against the button's perfection grinds fabric. You yank free punk notification from reality. Daytime sounds echo here, ghost laughter chasing the button down the stones. Picture the scene, small hands slapping the well curb, giggles bouncing off water below. Then sudden silence as something pops. Classic tragedy in miniature, the end of some child's Versailles-level melodrama. Scrape marks alongside the button, frantic fingernails searching. Or just stray donkey of nicks. No way to know. The Caravanserai swallows backstories as easily as sands swallow footprints. Other treasures cluster, twig fragments, mica chips, a chipped glass bead, probably older than Islam. Kids hoard beauty where adults see junk. This well edge was surely some emperor's treasury for an afternoon. Lean closer, scent of wet stone rises, but the button smells faintly of lanolin. Wool coat then, worn at the neck, itchy against tender skin. Maybe it's better lost, scratch relief traded for maternal scolding. Spot parallel grooves in the granite. Count them, 7 shallow gashes, perhaps where coins were tested for gold content. Merchants trusted scratch tests more than royal seals, useful fraud detectors for boys hawking fake dinars. A moth lands on the button, misguided suitor, proboscis, tapping uselessly. Watched a flightless beetle climb, the thread tiny mountaineer defeated by slick nacre. Nature's attempts to reclaim what kids abandon. Historians tally major trade goods, silks, spices, slaves. Yet artifacts like this dominate digs, ordinary luxury, telling truer tales. Everyday people dissolved like sugar in time's tea, buttons endure. Your knee protests, stand, circulate blood, gentle vertigo as night spins. Moonlit well stones whisper, what if the button's owner lingers nearby? Ancestral GPS pulling them toward loss, centuries later. Kick loose a pebble, watch it plunge, wait. Splash echoes up 2.7 seconds later. Physics joke escapes your lips, weak chuckles swallowed by darkness. Wind lifts dust, miniature dunes pile against the button's base. Another century, and it might fossilize, future scholars debating its ritual significance at academic brunches. Finger the hole where thread anchored. Edges worn smooth, proof of persistent fingers twisting, reworking loose threads during dull sermons or parental lectures. Fidget spinners of the Silk Road. Contrast hits brutal pragmatism of a Caravanserai versus this button's impractical glow. Guard towers, iron gates, spike pits. Yet here, pure decoration survives. Humans can't resist shiny, even amidst survival. Tongue test the pearl. Childhood instinct, any mystery object demands licking, but you refrain. Salmonella didn't kill the original owner. Don't let it claim you either. Historians still argue whether nacre workers went blind polishing shells under low light. Court records suggest disability pensions existed. But proof crumbles like gypsum mortar. Below the well curb, roots snake through cracked mortar. Some fibrous thief might hoist the button underground treasure for moles or worms. Or some gardener finds it at dawn, saves it for a grandchild who loves pirate tailies. Your own pockets hold modern junk, paperclip, stale gum, useless keys. What would future digs make of those? Buttons, survival humbles your plastic ephemera. Moon ducks behind clouds again. Button dims, still tactile against searching fingertips. Cold, so unlike living shells. Death polished beauty into permanence. Dawn's threat looms. Stars fade incrementally, like button pearls losing luster, traded from hand to hand till value vanishes entirely. Grab memory now before sun bleaches nuance. When empires fall, kids still lose buttons. Comforting continuity in that small hearts breaking over small losses, while conates shatter silently above them. Wind surges, button skitters left, thread whipping like dervish. You trap it with 2 fingers, no hesitation, rescued before the well claims it eternally. Hot impulse, swap the thread with your own shoelace fiber, reknot it around your wrist. Forgot medieval game, amulets might raise eyebrows at customs. You untie it laughing. A final look, pearl surface, holds dawn's first blues, night's dominion ending. Child's name remains swallowed, joy evaporated. Only this crafted fragment lingers. Chance turns rubbish into relic. Leave it, place it precisely, moon phase frozen under your palm print. Let archaeologists centuries hence wonder, construct socialist romances, dynastic dramas, from one stubborn loop of thread. Steps get to your feet, creak knees, turn toward guest quarters. Button glows once more as clouds part, farewell flicker, then submits to day's hungry glare. You round a corner, ankles protesting from kneeling, and spot the cup. Perched high on a stone ledge, a humble iron vessel casting a thin shadow. Frosted by moonlight, its contents long since evaporated. Dried mint leaves crust the bottom, black-green flakes clinging like insects in a spider's web. The ledge sits where inner and outer gates meet, a sentry's blind spot ideal for secret snacking. This wasn't luxury porcelain, just cheap forged iron, meant to withstand drops and careless hands. Ottoman manuals dictated 16 paces between gatekeeper posts, though fatigue bred shortcuts. Tea breaks likely doubled as covert naps. Lean closer. Tiny air holes pepper the cup's lid, steam vents carved in a diamond pattern. Your reflection warps in its domed surface, nose elongating into a cartoonish proboscis. Chuckle dies in your throat. Desert cold seeps into your knuckles as you hover near it. A hardened drip of sugar marks the inner rim. Sugar pressed from Anatolian beetroots or imported Nile cane, treated as currency by guards during lean winters. Your tongue imagines the original sip, oversteeped mint, gritty sweetness, boiling hot. Historians found Caravanserai logbooks detailing nightly gate counts, yet never mentioned how guards tempered boredom between caravans. This cup suggests 1,000 slow hours, stale jokes, yawning prayers. Don't lift it. The iron would freeze your palm, chain you to this spot, like medieval frostbite. Best observe. Let ghosts sip undisturbed. Those leaves fossilized now, once steamed with vitality. Imagine the hands that gathered them, maybe an apprentice's chore, nose wrinkling at the herb-shed musk, or a gift from some merchant currying favor for after-hours entrance. Night breeze stirs speckled residue. Fine powder coats the cup's base, probably clay dust from the courtyard. You picture the guard brushing it off absently, shirt, sleeve scraping iron grains drifting toward packed earth. No handle. Ottoman teacups often lacked them, forcing drinkers to cradle heat directly. Calluses necessary, a badge of endurance. Cosmopolitan elites mocked this peasant grip, yet their dainty porcelain, shattered by dawn's third coffee spill, knock your boot heel against the ledge. Hollow reverberations reveal a hidden fissure beneath stones, sound waves mapping emptiness below. Perfect for hiding contraband dice, love notes, or pilfered apricots. Gatekeepers straddled two worlds turning keys for midnight arrivals, yet barred from joining festivities. Some sultans paid them triple wages to resist bribes, luxury silks tearing under envious gazes as slept, your fingertip traces rust creeping along the cup's rim. Metallic tang blooms in your mouth, phantom taste of blood or licked swords. Soldiers stationed here chewed mint to mask bad breath before greeting elite merchants. A hospitality hack lost to official records. Sniff the cup's interior, decades-old minerals and oxidized metal with a whisper of herbal musk. Turkish tea rituals demanded fresh leaves, steeped twice, but guards brewed practicality over pomp. Quantity beats quality at 3 a.m. defenses. Dryness cracks the leaves into fractal patterns, veins mimicking river deltas. One fragment clings upright, rigid as a splinter, defying gravity and reason, until a breeze topples it. West wall, shadows creep closer, dawn still 2 hours off. Yet the cup already absorbs morning's threat. Gatekeepers timed shifts by such creeping lines. No pocket sundials needed. Tilt your head. Note a crescent-shaped dent near the base. Fist-sized, furious, slammed down during some long-ago argument. Or just a dropped rock's aftermath. The dent cradles a single dead aphid. A MBER Chinese letter ED casualty of ancient sugar lust. Historians still debate whether Caravanserai guards received tea rations or smuggled leaves through unsearched satchels. Taxation records show conflicting weights. Was that discrepancy petty theft or clerical error? A rodent's claw scratch mars the ledge parallel to the cup once, then veers toward a mortar gap. Nibbled mint crumbs might litter that trail tiny thieves risking traps for herbal highs. 3 cobwebs bracket the cup, silken tripwires glistening with dew. Architect's spider engineered them, gauging the ledge's neglect. One sticky strand adheres to the cup, anchoring it against wind. or fate. Press your palm beside the vessel. Shared cold passes between iron and skin. Shared disregard for time. Dawn would have found the guard gulping the last lukewarm dregs, flinging leaves onto sand, before hiding the cup here for tomorrow's brew. Except tomorrow never came. Peel back a mint leaf, paper thin, revealing ghostly veins beneath. Ottoman botanists drew eerie similarities between mint arteries and human capillaries, prompting quack cures involving crushed leaves and bloodletting. Breath fogs the cup's exterior, a transient mist quickly erased, reminds you of steam long gone, escaped vapors dispersed among night travelers. Countless lungs inhaled that steam, breaths now dissolved into history's atmosphere. Your elbow nudges the ledge, cup shudders metal grinding stone, pitch rising like a cat's whine. Freeze, muscles taut, until stillness returns. Decades of dust resettles subtly, archaeology in miniature. Gatekeepers rarely earned monuments. Pupils dilate while searching for their names, finding none, even as sultans' tombs glitter nearby. This cup might be one guard's only remnant, discarded yet enduring. Another breeze, hotter now, strokes your neck. Sahara's exhalation warns of approaching sun. Shadows retreat. Cup's black iron bleeds into brown rust under creeping light. Chapped lips twitch urge to pocket the artifact wars against preservation etiquette. Future dig teams could carbon date the mint, confirm trade routes, prove Mughal influences on Ottoman herb gardens. Suppress the instinct. Let stories stay buried. Knuckles rap the ledge twice. Salute for forgotten labor. Some rituals need no audience. Walk past, heels crunching grit, eyes lingering as the cup dwindles in periphery. Last glance, it blends into stone, almost invisible unless sought, like guardians themselves. Present, then gone, essential, yet erased. Iron outlasts flesh. History favors metal over memory. Sunlight breaches the eastern wall, cup's shadow stretches, long finger pointing toward vanished caravans, before dissolving entirely into day's glare. The plaster shivers under moonlight, sudden as a stage spotlight, carving depth into geometric patterns overhead. Your shadow shrinks, dawn's gray yielding to silver, as the prayer niche emerges from gloom. Intricate tendrils coil around a central 8-pointed star, and dust motes orbit within the beam like lazy planets. Reach out fingertips, skimming rough stucco. Anatolian prayer niches always faced Mecca, Muslim pilgrims checking alignment against the Qibla, compasses worn on silk cords. This niche, however, twists 3 degrees east, builder's defiance or calculation error. Something lands on the sacred geometry, delicate as a dropped eyelash. A moth unfolds charcoal wings, each etched with ocular patterns mimicking the star beside it. Tiny antennae test the plaster, mapping invisible trails left by simpler moths decades prior. Breath catches, half expecting the moth to scatter into mosaic fragments. Ottoman illuminators sometimes crushed butterfly wings for iridescent pigments, their art consuming what it depicted. One wingtip grazes your knuckle, fluttersoft, thrumming with life's stubborn persistence. Historians still argue whether prayer niche patterns represented celestial maps or encrypted Sufi symbols. That argument seems foolish now, watching this moth's wings mirror the tile work. Survey the niche's damaged edge chipped during some long-ago scuffle. 3 parallel grooves suggest blade strikes, maybe a guard's bored vandalism or furious devotion. Lodged within the deepest crack, a single beetle shell glitters, iridescent green mocking the austere stucco. Moonbeam narrows, sharpening shadows as pre-dawn wind snakes through arrow slits. The moth braces, legs splayed, wings becoming sails in the sudden draft. Its fuzzy thorax prickles with static tiny anchor against the gale. Bow your head, forehead, hovering an inch from the niche's cool surface. This close, the plaster smells of wet chalk and buried almonds. Ottoman renovators often mixed ground apricot kernels into stucco, filling cracks with sweet-smelling paste. Count 7 triangles within the main star, each containing smaller stars, infinite regression, like nested dolls. Sufi mystics used such patterns to meditate, though your eyelids droop after counting just 2 levels. The moth twitches, left wing snapping upright before resuming its stillness. Smart creature predators miss what doesn't move. Similarly clever, you once avoided a school lecture by mimicking a co-track. Darkness bleeds back as clouds swallow the moon. Geometry blurs, edges softening, until niche and wall become one texture again. Only the moth's silhouette remains, perched precisely where starlight pinned it moments ago. A hot drip splashes your wrist, startling in the cooling air. Glance up, pigeon. No rotted ceiling plaster leaks murky liquid after last week's rain. Wipe it on your tunic, adding to the caravanserai's layered stains. Pluck a dried twig from a mortar gap, hold it parallel to the niche's shadow line. Crude sundial confirms dawn approaches, your makeshift gnomon trembling in the wind. Listen. Silence isn't silent here, the niche hums. Press your ear to cold plaster. Hear vibrations travel through stone from distant waterfalls or underground rivers. Geology disagrees. Basement wells sit bone dry, but the caravanserai whispers legends anyway. Moth launches abruptly, a flurry of wings dipping sideways to avoid your chin. It spirals upward, vanishing into rafters, leaving the sacred patterns unobserved once more. Some prayers end when the audience leaves. Study the empty space it occupied. 2 wing scales linger, semi-transparent crescents, catching weak light. Ottoman poets compared such scales to shattered love letters, too fragile for rereading. Palm flat against the niche, pressure equal to prostration. Your lifeline crease aligns with a carved groove, pulse thumping where generations pressed foreheads. Did their prayers linger like fingerprints or evaporate like moth breath? Foot scuffs stone, triggering echoes down the corridor behind you. Turn expecting guards, but find only shadows. The Caravanserai teases, filling absence with sound when you crave stillness. Lean back nape meeting rough wall, blinking at geometric dizziness. Stargazers warned never to study sacred patterns sober, risk seeing God's blueprint drunk. Teeth chatter, unexpected chill rising from floor tiles. Hypocaust systems once pumped hot air under wealthy mosques, but this niche relied on faith alone for warmth. Your little toe bumps a loose tile, revealing hollow space beneath. Scoop away debris, find a curled parchment no larger than a date leaf. Unroll it carefully, revealing smudged ink. Letter fragments linger. Forgive my niche carved crooked to meet your secret romantic sabotage. Builder's confession, the rest disintegrated, leaving questions stickier than fig sap. Cloud's tear moonbeam returns, illuminating the parchment's edge. Watermark shows 3 crescent moons, paper mill symbol from Edirne. Flick your fingernail against it, dry crackle echoes like footsteps. Reposition the tile, hiding the note once more. Some messages belong only to their moment, buried better than bones. Squint at the niche's top corner, half noticed earlier. Minute handprints, faded ochre, press beside the highest star. Children's palms reaching where adults couldn't, proof that devotion scales all heights. Eyelids grow heavy, scene blurring, as sleep hunger outweighs curiosity. The moth returns, alighting on your sleeve, antennae tasting salt stains. It walks your arm, infinitely patient, as moonlight fades into dawn's gray surrender. Stretch stiff limbs, joints popping like wet logs on fire. Sunrise will bleach this scene soon, sacred geometry, becoming mere decoration under practical light. Blow dust from the chiseled star, watch motes swirl in your breath's wake. Somewhere the moth rides that miniature storm, wings spread wide enough to carry all your unsaid words. Step back niche, receding into wall shadow once more. Its pattern persists whether seen or not, like faith or hunger, or the desert's patient voice. Walk away, heel grind echoing, as first birds screech above the courtyard. The moth stays behind, guardian of abandoned prayers, wings slowly fanning the dark. Gray bleeds into the eastern sky, thin as watered milk, seeping through cracks between mountains. You blink, lantern flames shrinking to blue embers, their light retreating into clay jars like shy scorpions. This far southeast, dawn arrives dusty, the desert exhaling nights chill as shadows retreat. Hold your palm upwards, catching weak light. Pigment merchants once measured our intensity by how clearly veins showed through skin. Pale wrists meant prime trading time. Your veins remain murky green threads, too early yet. A hot breath gusts across the courtyard, first true warmth since midnight. Desert winds flip-flop, night currents snake cold, day gusts furnace hot. This one carries the scent of baked earth and something sharper comin'. Distant cooking fires stoked in Bedouin camps now, perhaps brewing cardamom coffee over acacia coals. Lanterns gutter 1, 2, 5, extinguish in quick succession. Historians still argue whether caravanserai keepers snuffed lamps at dawn or let them burn till oil failed. No one sings the call to prayer here, no muezzin, just dwindling flames and the shuffle of pack animals stirring. Walk towards the gate, boots scuffing ring patterns left by centuries of camel hooves. Each merchant caravan weighed goods here, their beasts forming circles like living scales. Imagine the groan of wine amphory, clink of glass beads, the sharp curses when overloaded straps snapped. Lean against a sun-warmed pillar, its surface smoother than others. Count 9 shallow grooves near your shoulder, left by traders sharpening knives while waiting for gatekeepers. Time was blunt blades, meant lost haggling power. Merchants insisted on razored edges before inspecting silk rolls. Look east, horizon bruising gold now. Khmer engineers built solar-aligned temples, but here dawn simply punches through. No ceremony, just hardened men squinting at glare, lifting hands against lights. Sudden knife, lanterns clinging to life, cast wobbling oblongs on plaster walls. Their twin flames echo the last visible stars, Sirius and Betelgeuse, fading into nothingness. Closing your eyes, you discern 4 distinct heat zones. Forehead warmed by sunrise, cheeks chilled by shade, hands hovering between both states. A grindstone squeals, startling in the softening dark. Sleepy apprentice prepping tools for bread ovens, his yawn louder than the wheels spin. Morning kneading would begin soon, though stars linger stubbornly in the west. Sniff, sharpening the air, detect donkey musk from stables. Leather goods traders claimed they could sniff out dawn, citing how asses braid precisely 30 breaths before suncrest. Shame they never sold that skill, sharper than any sundial. Trace a finger along the gate's iron hinge, feel oxidized flakes powdering your skin. 14th century blacksmiths added crushed pomegranate rinds to molten metal, believing tannins strengthened alloys. Modern metallurgists chuckle, till corrosion tests show those hinges outlived others by 6 decades. Your shadow stretches thin and wavering across paving stones. It touches the base of a wall still damp with night dew. Watch moisture vanish before the advancing silhouette, time-lapse drought swallowing an oasis. Hear a low clink tssk from above pigeon dislodging a roof tile. The carved animal lords lions, leopards lining the roofline remain shadowed. Their silhouettes mimic crouching beasts, likely intentional to deter jinn and tax collectors alike. Stretch, arms raised, palms pressing skyward, till vertebrae pop like knuckle cracks. Some watchman probably notes your form from a tower, judging whether this stretch signals guilt or grogginess. Let him wonder. Notice arches framing the courtyard's north side trap, smoke from last night's braziers. Gray tendrils braid around stone curves, resisting the wind's pull. Ottoman architects designed these arches to funnel breezes in summer. But spring mornings turn them into smoke storage vaults. Lick dry lips, tasting salt and torch soot. Dawn thirst always bites sharper, tongue swollen, gums tacky. Women water carriers should arrive soon, jugs sloshing, though their gossip costs extra before sunrise. Suddenly, all lamps die. 30 wicks surrender, leaving only sun's weak blush. Your pupils dilate, then shrink as retinal confusion fades. Outlines sharpen, color bleeds into stones. Night's monochrome dissolves, a lizard skitters from its crack, flanks painted indigo by twilight. Maladia's blue-tailed skinks supposedly predict rain by climbing walls, though this one's just hungry. It freezes, eyeing you, then vanishes behind a date basket. At the gate, iron bolts groan. First shift guards arrive, keys clanking on brass rings. One yawns, revealing a gold-capped molar, traces of henna still clinging to his beard. Rules say dawn openings, but everyone knows gold buys early departures. Nostrils flare, inhaling the desert's waking breath. Minus humidity, aromas travel far. Someone near Mount Ararat burns applewood. A shepherd's flock tramples wild thyme. Far off, snowmelt streams churn silt into the Euphrates, all carried here free of charge by morning's convection currents. Sun clears the peaks, solidifying shadows. The Caravanserai transforms. Pale gold seeps into every crevice, burnishing rusted locks, igniting mica flecks in plaster. Every grain of sand gleams with sudden vanity. Distant camel bells jingle 5 beasts, perhaps 7 their pace unhurried. Nights were cooler for travel, but daytime pathfinding proved easier. You picture blistered feet, swollen tongues, caravan masters squinting westward. Pigeons erupt from a dovecot, wings clapping like applause. They wheel thrice, check bearings, then arrow east. Fat birds bred for message duty could fly 16 leagues without resting. Last week one dropped exhausted into the spice market, still clutching a silk thread, announcing twins in Kanya. Your sleeve snags on a portal nail, silk tearing with mocking ease. Turkish weavers swore dawn breezes loosened fabric threads, advising mending only at noon. Rub the frayed edge, regretting last night's hasty dressing, now smarter than fashionable. Crouch examining the courtyard's mosaic, revealed fully now as sun climbs. Crude lion faces emerge, a paw raised, each flanked by pomegranate motifs. 10th tile on the left has mismatched stones, likely replaced after a wagon mishap or drunken brawl. Stand knees protesting backlit by climbing light. Jagged shadow stabs across the courtyard, a black knife slicing through retreating coolness. Sunrise makes silhouettes of us all. Footsteps approach behind you, light but purposeful. A servant balancing stacked bowls, rice shifting inside like desert sands. He avoids eye contact, face wrapped against dust, but his gait says everything's juice. Enjoy today. Reach the gate arch, touch its pitted surface. Dawn heat already radiates from stone, stored coolness spent. Count 7 copper nails embedded along the lintel, for luck each green, with age and pigeon shit. Beyond walls, the desert bears itself. Dunes stretch when sculpted, their ridges creased like old linen. Intense orange now, same color as apricots in Aleppo souks, though far less sweet. Lanterns forgotten their wicks, as dead as stars, you step forward. Threshold gravel crunches like bitten sugar. Above harsh blue claims the sky, unforgiving vault where night recently pooled. Bees hum past, 5 golden specks racing towards time blossoms, their hive likely nests in a donkey shed, workers navigating by polarized light patterns invisible to you. Last glance back, courtyard alive with motion. Sweepers push sand piles, grooms hose tiles. A boy scales a ladder to check pigeon nests. Night's secrets swept aside, daily commerce resumes. The desert breathes, hot inhalation drawing you onward toward bleached bones, silent rocks, and unseen roads stitching horizon to horizon. But pause, just a moment, fingertips brushing the gate's outer stone. Morning is sudden here, like a slapped hand, withdrawing no caress, just announcement. Wide awake now, urn-dried by the sun, you walk. The Caravanserai shrinks behind a stone womb, expelled from. Yet its walls hum inside your ribs still, echo chamber for dawn's bright shout. No one calls after you, as expected. Departures are mundane here, unlike arrivals, with their jingle and dust. You join the stream flowing east toward whatever shade the next oasis offers, while shadow shrinks beneath your feet. Sand laughs under boots, a billion grains chattering. They remember your name already, scribing it alongside countless others in the desert's great ledger. Wind will erase it soon, but not yet, not yet. Beyond walls, the desert bears itself. Dunes stretch when sculpted, their ridges creased like old linen. Intense orange now, same color as apricots in Aleppo souks, though far less sweet. Lanterns forgotten their wicks, as dead as stars, you step forward. Threshold gravel crunches like bitten sugar. Above harsh blue claims the sky, unforgiving vault where night recently pooled. Bees hum past, 5 golden specks racing towards time blossoms. Their hive likely nests in a donkey shed, workers navigating by light patterns unclear to your eyes. Last glance back, courtyard alive with soft motion. Sweepers push sand piles, grooms rinse tiles. A boy climbs to check pigeon nests. Night's secrets folded away, day's quiet commerce resumes. The desert breathes, warm exhalation, guiding you onward toward quiet stones, still roads weaving land to sky. Pause, just a breath, fingertips brushing the gate's outer stone. Morning arrives sudden here, like a tapped bell, no sting, just resonance. Awake now, sun-dried like clay, you walk. The Caravanserai shrinks behind its walls, humming inside your ribs, still, hollow drum for dawn's gentle song. No voice follows, as fitting. Goodbyes need no fanfare here, unlike hellos with their din and drama. You join the stream east toward whatever shade awaits, while your shadow grows small beneath you. Sand whispers underfoot, countless grains murmuring. They know your steps already, etching them beside ancient others in dust's grand ledger. Wind may blur them soon, but not now, not yet. Listen as your breath syncs with the breeze, each exhale softer, each footfall lighter. The world hushes around you, holding this moment safe, still before letting go.